Chapter 2037. Fate. It was a script written by the initiator, a process pieced together by countless coincidences by the discoverer. Fate was nothing but nonsense to them at this level. They could treat it as a casual topic of conversation, but it was nothing more than a script. They would inadvertently arrange the affairs of others, and they would inadvertently be arranged by others as well. For example, he was an unlucky old man. He did not know how many years ago he had been arranged. He had already said that ever since he boarded the ship of origin, even the option of jumping ship had been eliminated. Now he was even given a fixed future, which meant that he would not give up until he was tied to the ship. Even if he wanted to chisel away, he could not do so. Speaking of which, he could not chisel away at the ship in the first place. Half of the ship had already sunk. In any case, whether you talk about fate or not, life has to continue moving forward. After talking about fate, the past dozen or so epochs were not traversed by oneself. You don't have to be so serious about it. You don't have to talk about it too much. You can just complain about it when you can't sleep in the middle of the night. After all, you still have to do what you need to do when you wake up. Besides, you already know about it. Fate has shown you the cards, right? That means you have one more choice, or even a few more choices. You can do whatever you want after that. But judging from the current situation, this so-called fate was guiding him to charge into the chaos. Coincidentally, he thought so too. So, let's just keep moving forward. Look, I've already told you that I know, but it's still like a dream. There's no change at all. It was just a review of the countless coincidences that he had noticed. It was just a review, and it could not change the fixed facts. Besides, the two groups of people above him were the biggest weavers of fate in the void. When these two groups of people trembled, the fate of the void was imperceptibly fixed and changed, without even knowing it had changed. So, there was no need to dwell on the big and small things of the past. If the current path was firm and was indeed a path that he had walked himself, then he would just keep going, because that was indeed his fate. Looking at the little one with her hands crossed before her nose and closed her eyes in contemplation, the youth looked at her again. She had stopped drinking tea and was staring blankly. It seemed that both of them were in a mess. Although it is a fixed future, it does not mean that it will definitely happen at that time. In fact, in the entire process, little one, your 51st era is uncertain. You may not necessarily go to that scene and come into contact with that divinity carrier in the 51st era, but you are certain that you will eventually, whether it is the 51st era, the 100th era, or the 50th era, you will eventually go there to that mirrored temple and come into contact with the divinity carrier that was left for you. The only thing that is uncertain is when it will happen, and the premonition she saw will only be the scene where you actually appeared there. In fact, this condition is not important at all. It is not important what the premonition she saw is not important at all. As I said just now, what is important is the fact that you have gone to that temple, and only when you have gone there the premonition is formed. Yun Nuashing put down her crossed hands and took a deep breath. She opened her eyes and tried to keep her voice as calm as possible. The fixed future and the unfixed future are both fine, but why do you have to mention the divinity carrier? The youth scratched his head. It is a waste of words to explain, so I will try to finish it in the shortest way possible. Just make do with it. Little one, the yearning life form that I told you about last time. You have already seen it. It is about Luoing. You still remember, right? Seeing that she nodded slightly, the youth said, Our existence is just as you said last time. Once we are involved, karma and whatnot will become very firm. The divinity carrier is the condensation and carrier of our divinity and has the same effect. So, you understand. Yun Nuashing's expression became weird. She lowered her head and muttered to herself. The fixed future should be one of the countless paths shown by the unfixed future. The leaving of the divinity carrier is equivalent to giving a firmer and unbreakable concept and karma to one of the paths, so it is something that is bound to happen. Yes, that is the case. The young man nodded and took a sip of tea. He glanced at the little fellow who seemed to be in a dilemma and added, "Ah, I'm worried that you're going down a dead end. Let me add something for you. In fact, it only solidifies that section of the road, but it doesn't confirm the entire road. It's just that section of the road will take at least 4 to 5 days to a few months, or even a few years to be confirmed. It's just that section of the road. It's not like what you think, where the entire life course has been determined and firmly locked. It's not like that. That's troublesome. The longer the arrangement, the more likely there will be variables." "Oh, I see. I am not too sure about that." Yun Nuashing made an "oh" sound and then shrugged. "As for the wall and what not, I don't particularly care about it. No, I am a little concerned about it. I have a grudge in my stomach now. About that." The youth smiled bitterly. After all, they had left a mess for him to take over. This was indeed forcing him to this line. It was normal for him to have a grudge. Well, it was normal. Well, we have finished talking about the situation of the fixed future. We saw that they had finished talking and raised his hand to change the topic. "So, what is that inexplicable omen all about? Is it another special example?" The youth pondered for a moment. "Regarding this, I can only mention the second guess that I have just mentioned. The little one has a very deep connection with her thing. That very deep connection refers to the divinity carrier?" "Wait a minute, I don't understand. Isn't this the future affecting the past?" Yun Nuashing opened her eyes wide and spread her hands, her face full of disbelief. "This doesn't make sense, does it? There was clearly the omen of the 33 eras first, and then the decision to retain the divinity carrier. Why did the latter cause the former to appear?" The youth nodded vigorously. "Yes, why? This doesn't make sense. This is impossible." Yun Nuashing and the other three were speechless. "You must be joking." "A guess, just a guess. At the time, our guess had just been raised, and we had no time to discuss it. This is just a continuation of that topic." The youth held his chin and laughed dryly. "The matter of time is particularly troublesome once it is involved, even if it doesn't work on us. We could say that we had foreseen your arrival in the 33 eras. However, if it was just a normal foresight, where she saw your future self in advance, and you saw us through the image left in the divinity carrier, it would be the end of it directly. Ending here actually means two things. 1, she saw your future self, and 2, you saw the image we left behind. All of this is done under the premise of foresight, and there is nothing wrong with it. By the way, even if the place you're going to is just a mirror image of our house, their structures are the same. That is why there is no difference whether the divinity carrier is placed in the mirror image or the real one, because the nature is the same. What's important is the fact that you met her divinity carrier in our hull." Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. At that time, the continent of origins was already ashes. How could it still be where it was? The young man smiled bitterly and shrugged. "Let's get back to the original topic. If it was just a meeting across time based on foresight, this matter would be over. But you two just had to bump into each other at that time. You two had real contact. After that contact, you saw something from her, and she also saw many scenes about your uncertain future. Things have suddenly become weird." "What?" Yun Nuashing's eyes widened and turned to look at her. "The image you saw of me in your house only appeared after we touched?" She nodded slightly. "After that brief contact, I seemed to be able to feel your presence, and your image also appeared frequently after that." Yun Nuashing leaned back in her chair and looked up at the sky in silence. After a while, she remembered that the topic was not over and quickly sat up straight. "Well, you can continue." That time, that meeting was the key. The youth spread his hands and continued the topic. "Just now you mentioned foresight, right? But foresight is just a one-sided vision across time, a certain image. To put it bluntly, it is a mirage of time and is untouchable. If I have the time, I can do it like this. I think of a way to see myself fishing by a lake 1,000 years in the future, and then deliberately raise my hand to greet myself while I record this image. Now, let the time go to 1,000 years in the future. At that time, I was sitting by the lake fishing, and the divinity carrier released the image that I recorded 1,000 years ago. Because I saw that image, I chose to respond, so I raised my hand and responded to myself 1,000 years ago. Look, isn't it the scene of you two at that time? Yun Nuashing and the youth looked at each other, and both of them nodded slightly. Everything was normal up to this point, until you two touched. Yes, real contact. That's what you said last time, right? You said that you touched your family's inheritor's hand. A real touch. The young man looked at her and asked. She nodded slightly, and as if to confirm, she even put her hand on his. Indeed, the texture is the same. Yun Nuashing was speechless. The youth coughed softly and continued. That means it's not actually foresight. At least it's not normal foresight. How could two images from different times come together? It doesn't make sense, even if it's based on a connection between the two of you. After all, as I said, if such a thing really happened, why would it happen to you out of all the heirs? It's not normal. It's just that none of us paid attention to it at the time. Yun Nuashing. That's why I said something is going to happen. Wait. I just remembered something. He quickly stood up and turned to look at her. If that's the case, when I went to the scorched world all those years ago, why did you sprinkle blood all over me after I saw the last image of the scene, and a drop of blood was left behind? She pulled him to sit down and knocked him on the head. Idiot. The image is just an image, but the relic is a relic that truly exists. That was the last thing I I was forced to leave behind. It should also be the first thing related to us that you came into contact with other than Su Ming. You coming into contact with something related to me, and you coming into contact with me are two different things. Oh, I see. You sprinkled it there for more than a dozen eras, but it did not condense. I thought it came out of the image. Yun Nuashing scratched his head and could not help but ask, By the way, do you still have the ability to bleed? The condensed body was penetrated together with the body of the concept, and blood was spilled all over the ground. Didn't you have this ability not long ago? Yeah. After I disguised myself more and more strangely, I used this ability less and less. After all, I haven't used that body for a long time. I put on a layer of human skin to pretend to be human, but in fact, I'm neither human nor ghost. Oh, I just didn't expect you to put on a body or something. It's just a habit. Just think of it as an extra layer of defense. A normal body, a concept body in my true form. You see, I have 3 lives, although they are not equal. Oh, you're the same. By the way, what's the use of that drop of blood? It has been in your soul for a long time. You haven't dealt with it yet? Just like the blood flowing in your condensed body. It's not as special as you think. With the level of power you have now, you can already deal with it. As for its use, figure it out yourself. Both of them said in unison. Yun Nuashing grimaced at her. I know what you're going to say. Little Angel, Hui, and the young man were speechless. These two are really family. Even when talking about such sensational things, he was able to remain calm and composed without any hesitation. The young man smiled bitterly and quickly clapped his hands to get their attention. By the way, do you still want to talk about the topic just now? Yun Nuashing quickly sat down and took a sip of tea with her. Then she nodded. Yes, you can continue. The young man was silent for a moment. Where was I? Hui reminded him from the side. The two of them are just images to each other, but they really came into contact with each other. So foresight is not foresight. This is not ordinary foresight, but something else. Oh, it's this? So there must be some strange other connection. There must be another connection that caused this to happen. The young man slapped his forehead in distress and then looked at her. You were not here when we were talking to Roth. Do you have any thoughts after hearing this? She was silent for a long time and shook her head gently. For now, I'm not sure. Let me think. Hui saw that Maple was silent and deep in thought. He cleared his throat to show that he had something to say. I'll say a guess. Just listen. In the 33rd era, the one who saw Maple's image was actually Foresight. There was Foresight first, and then it caused the divinity carrier to happen. Let's assume that this situation is true. Then, things came to the 51st era. Maple went to the Great Hall and saw the image projected from the divinity carrier. If things changed at that moment, you're saying that this is Foresight, but it's also something else, right? The young man understood the new heir's idea. He scratched his head. That seems to be more troublesome. What could affect the moment when the two met 18 eras apart? And in that instant, the Foresight became not Foresight, and the image of the past became not image, but a complete meeting. Hui felt that there were more and more conditions as he listened. His mind spun wildly, but as he spun, he suddenly flung his hand and yelled in distress, "I don't know!" The others did not know whether to laugh or cry. It felt like things were getting more and more complicated. Yun Nuashing was silent for a moment before she tapped the cup with her finger. "Let me sort out." Setting aside what we know now, the 33rd era had foreseen my arrival and left behind the divinity carrier. The uniqueness of the divinity carrier made this matter a fixed future. There's no problem up to this point, right? The young man nodded. Yes, everything up to this point must be correct. And the scene I saw was actually an image left in the divinity carrier, just that it happened to be in the temple. I went there and touched the divinity carrier, so the Foresight and image fulfilled the conditions, right? The young man was silent for a moment. It seems so. Yes, that's right. As I said just now, you went to the hall and came into contact with the divinity carrier. This is a predetermined future. The divinity carrier will never leave the hall, and you will definitely come into contact with the divinity carrier in that hall. This is based on the prediction. Since I have seen you appear in that hall, you will only come into contact with the divinity carrier in the hall. The divinity carrier had even shattered. Leaving all other factors aside, only the chaos concept body could do that. Let's assume that the chaos concept body had crushed most of the divinity carrier, but it still could not stop the fixed future from happening. It's a fixed future, and even they could not stop it. Fixed, it's still possible. Yun Nuashing's face twitched twice before she took a deep breath to regain her composure. Then, since both things are fixed, there's only one meaning left. Something had affected the two scenes that were supposed to be Foresight and image, so that the two scenes were connected across 18 eras. At least in that instant, we had a brief contact. And if we had reacted quickly enough, we might have been able to communicate. The Foresight could not have known what I was thinking at that time, right? Unless I spoke. The young man was startled. You seem to. Indeed, it's as Hui said. Hui jerked his head up and looked at Maple in disbelief. What? I'm right? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at him and gestured for him to lie down. And based on the point that the future cannot affect the past, this is still an independent condition. It has nothing to do with the divinity carrier. The divinity carrier just let me go there and come into contact with it. The Foresight and image after that are also related to it, but that's it. It was not enough for us to form a connection at that moment, so there should be another condition that acts as a bridge. She suddenly said, if that's the case, this independent condition should be from before 33 eras, before the Foresight happened. The young man pressed his cheeks with both hands and twisted hard. Doesn't that mean we're back to the first conjecture? But it doesn't make sense anyway. Isn't it? The first and second conjectures you mentioned are just the relationship between the Foresight and the image. In fact, this Foresight and image were indeed facilitated by the divinity carrier, but the bridge after that is not. Yun Nuashing shook her head. She pulled her hair and pondered. But according to the timeline, it was indeed a condition that was reached before 33 eras that built the bridge and finally led to that meeting. You tell me. Seeing that she pulled him and shook her head, Yun Nuashing quickly shut up and listened to her. The image was brought to you by the divinity carrier, and the foresight was given to me. We each hold a condition. Your condition is the divinity carrier that I left for you, and my condition may be the independent condition that you mentioned. It may be the reason that led to the foresight. Yun Nuashing suddenly realized that she had gotten herself involved in the conversation. So this is the connection between you and me. She rubbed her forehead and could not figure it out. But that condition, the young man scratched his head and could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. His voice was a little anxious. But it still doesn't make sense. There's really no karmic connection between you and us. Even if you want to reach a condition before 33 eras, you have to first have a karmic connection with us, with her first. Even if you come into contact with something related to her, it is considered a karmic connection. But there really isn't. This is difficult. Now, even if we come up with 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 conjectures, every conjecture has to be from before 33 eras. The young man scratched his head and could not help but look at her. So, why did you suddenly go over and do something with him back then? Touching his hand means shaking his hand? It was just a touch. She put down the teacup and turned to look at him. Suddenly, she reached out her hand and touched his face gently. At that time, I didn't think of anything. I just felt that I could touch him. So I walked over and reached out my hand. The young man looked at the two of them and slapped his forehead again. This touch is a huge problem. I think the biggest meaning of this topic is... Yun Nuashing looked at her and could not help but say, knowing that you were alive at a certain moment before 33 eras, but in the 38th era, you were sucked into the battle force and crushed into ashes. You don't even know how you died. As for karmic connection, I don't know. I really don't know. Ah, wait, I have a guess. Yun Nuashing suddenly sat up straight. Let's not talk about what I was at that time for now. Let me ask you a question first. You mentioned the karmic connection that has already ended earlier. Yes, I was talking about Xianin. When I first met Xianin, there was no karmic connection on her, including the karmic connection that has already ended. The young man nodded. Yun Nuashing also nodded slightly. She raised her hand and pointed at herself. If my soul had been severed in the great Yuan realm and my spirit had been completely annihilated, would it have caused such a situation? The air suddenly became a lot quieter. However, he did not have any concerns. He continued, when I died in the 38th era, I was probably just an ordinary guy at that time. Therefore, when I was sucked into your battle and accidentally severed my soul in the great Yuan realm, it's normal. After all, with the power that you have, how many people would have died accidentally? I'm just saying. And the reason why I was able to crawl back was because Xianin gave me a hand. Let's not talk about that first. Now, let's talk about the current matter. My soul was once severed in the great Yuan realm. Will this cause the karmic connection between Xianin and me to break to the point where it no longer exists? It will be like it never happened. He crossed his hands and spoke about this topic very seriously. The young man sighed and shook his head. Unfortunately, it's impossible, because that's something that belongs to Xianin herself. The karmic connection that connects the two of us is half each. Even if it's severed, it's still half each. Your disappearance will not erase the thing that was born from Xianin. But there's another situation. She suddenly spoke softly and turned her head to look at him. It's not that your soul was severed in the great Yuan realm, but your past, your existence itself, and all the traces that you left behind were completely erased by something. You never existed. At the beginning of your time, your existence was erased. You never appeared, so naturally, everything related to you does not exist. However, sometimes some things will not disappear just because you are erased. Xianin is an example. She came into contact with us. Therefore, what you did left behind traces. The traces called Xianin are the last rope that tugs at you to completely return to nothingness. Yun Nuashing. It's still the same meaning as before. The young man scratched his head and explained. Erasing an individual's existence from the source sounds very impressive, right? Erasing an individual's existence itself, the traces of its existence, and the changes that occurred in the world because of its existence. It's impossible to completely erase all of these. Let's talk about a topic that's closely related to you. Let's think about it according to the hypothesis that Xianyin was not brought out of the alley by you in the beginning. What would have happened to Xianyin? In the alley on a rainy day, if she was lucky, she might have been taken away by someone else. If she was unlucky, she might have died early. Let's take the ending of dying early as an example. Now, let's assume that as long as you did not go to the alley, Xianyin would have definitely died. With this result, if we erased you from the source now, Xianyin, who was most affected by you, would also die because of your disappearance. Do you think that will happen? Yun Nuashing covered her head. I don't know. I'm dizzy. The young man smiled. In fact, even if you were erased, Xianyin would still be alive. She would just continue to live in a world that had forgotten about you. However, she met us, which changed things. Some of the traces became more unbreakable. Xianyin's existence itself became more solid, which more or less offset the influence of the power that erased you. Therefore, she could still barely leave an impression of you. This is a mutation, an anomaly. For example, your existence and all the traces related to you are a piece of white paper, and the power that erased you is a pair of scissors or any tool, or even a fire. Now, I'll start to erase this piece of white paper, Ko. I'll cut you apart first, burn you into ashes, and then blast the ashes away with energy. Suddenly, a corner of the white paper has become the hardest substance in the great Yuan realm. 18 kinds of tools can't destroy the mutated part of the white paper. At this time, Yun Nuashing swallowed. The erasure failed. It's even possible that if the influence of this mutation is great enough, it can even destroy the power that tried to erase you. The young man nodded softly and tapped the table with his fingers. In fact, erasing an individual from the source is something that does not exist in the first place. The traces you left behind are still there. Even if you really did that, the world will not become. What would it be like if you never existed in the first place? Like I said just now, Xianyin will not disappear on the spot because you were erased. It can only adjust and disguise. You are a living boulder on the ground, leaving holes and ravines on the ground. The longer you are active, the more troublesome it will be to fill up the holes and ravines. The more things you break, the harder it will be to restore them to their original state. Everything you do will become harder and harder to disguise until the end. When the world loses you as an individual due to an irresistible force, the countless mistakes that occur will be adjusted and covered up immediately. The best it can do is to make the whole world forget your existence. The same principle applies to the void. The void forgets you and you never existed. However, your traces are clearly left behind, especially the traces of your influence on individuals. The people who changed because of you will eventually change because of you. Just like Xianyin, she is the eternal evidence of your existence. Later, she met us and therefore you survived. Cough, cough. This is the explanation. Next is the answer. The young man coughed and could not help but look at her. You should say something too. My mouth is dry. She took a sip of tea and said, Oh. She turned to look at Yun Nuashing and said, Although the erasure failed, your existence was indeed erased. Everything related to you that could not resist that force was wiped clean. Xianyin was also affected. She forgot you because you never existed. Therefore, the two of you never had a karmic connection. However, that was corresponding to the situation at that time. At that time, it was already not easy for Xianyin, who was not deeply affected by us, to retain the last trace of impression. It was difficult to retain anything else. Perhaps this is the answer. Is this the answer? In other words, in the 37th and 38th eras, he was killed by these two groups of people from the source. However, there is one last question. Yun Nuashing sat up slowly and looked at her. She said in a serious tone, "If I did have a karmic connection with you 33 eras ago, then can you still erase me like what you are speculating now?" She and the young man were both stunned. The latter was stunned for a while. This is the reason why you asked about the end of the karmic connection. You thought that the situation between you and her was the same as the situation between you and Xianin. The karmic connection between you was wiped clean. Yun Nuashing nodded slightly. What is the possibility? She turned to look at him. It doesn't exist. I expected it. Yun Nuashing leaned on the table and scratched her head in distress. She could not help but mutter to herself, "Then we are back to square one. My life is a history of suffering." Hui had been confused for a long time. At this moment, he could not help but slam the table and stand up. "Phone! You are such a troublemaker. You are such a big moth. The number one thing in the void." Yun Nuashing stared at him with her colorful eyes. "Is it because of me? Is it because of me?" Chapter 2038. Unexpectedly, he still could not explain what he was. Oh, at least he knew who he was and where he came from. He was a creation of the primordial, born as a cloud of mist. Well, all the known clues came to an abrupt end. He still could not find the source. This time he was looking for the source of time. After all, there was only a dead time in the mythological era. In this era, at least he knew that he had been active in the realm of the gods since the 40th era. As for the previous era, he really did not know what was going on. He was not joking when he said that the great primordial realm was destroyed. That was a situation he had experienced in the mythological era. After all, he was killed by the primordial god and the chaos concept body in a single slap. He died too thoroughly. If not for Xianyin's karma, if not for the girl's efforts to use the changes she got from the primordial god to pull him back, he would not be here now, and he would not be here in the future. Xianin. Sigh. Now let's turn back and talk. What happened in the 33 eras before? He did not know. Now, based on all the questions he had just discussed, the only thing he could be sure of was, in short, I must have been active before the 33rd era. Now, regardless of karma or erasure, we will treat them all as farts. Only the appearance and existence of foresight is an established fact that cannot be denied under the witness of all 147 of you. Am I right? Yun Nuashing slammed the table and stood up, waving his arms fiercely as he shouted his conclusion with a momentum that could swallow mountains and rivers. The young man shrank his neck in a daze. Why are there so many layers of affirmation? Although it is indeed so, it cannot be denied. Yun Nuashing scolded loudly. Not energetic enough. You are not energetic enough. Again. Louder. Confirm. Affirm. You said this is the answer you admit. The young man grimaced. If this is wrong, I will rush over and collapse the void of chaos. This. Then hurry up and say it's wrong. You said it's wrong. The young man held his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What do you want me to do? All right. Nothing much. I just wanted to confirm it. Yun Nuashing calmly sat down and took a sip of tea. She let out a long sigh. In any case, foresight is the only thing that can't be wrong. However, as for how the foresight was triggered, who knows? Perhaps the matter is still within the scope of your understanding, but you haven't figured it out yet. Perhaps this is something at the level of origin? After all, it involves a troublemaker like me. By the way, how much do you guys know about source genesis, just like our understanding of the void? The young man shrugged. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to say that you're a derivative of nothingness and source so quickly. We even added a series of definitions for you. Yun Nuashing. All right. Anyway, I know a lot about it. But there doesn't seem to be much to understand about that empty and desolate place. Like you said, there's nothing to understand. Whether it's the source genesis of the chaos era or the source genesis of the new era, It's just a layer of rock under a layer of earth. The young man took a sip of tea and let out a long sigh. She raised her head slightly and looked at him. So, your appearance might be the only anomaly in the source genesis in the past 300 or so eras. What an anomaly. I've been an anomaly since I was born. Yun Nuashing laughed bitterly. A moment later, she crossed her hands and touched her nose. After thinking for a while, she spread out her hands. I'm at my wit's end. I can't figure it out. Actually, I have another question. The situation on Xianyin's side is indeed like my existence has been erased, right? She thought for a while and sighed. Seeing the young man nod, she continued. Then, let's not talk about the situation between you and me before 33 eras. Let's talk about how I was conveniently killed by you and the chaos concept body in the 38th era. Under such circumstances, can I still die so artistically and exquisitely? The young man. Well, I can understand that the great Yuan realm was slapped to death with a single slap. We also have the experience of annihilating other people's souls. Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and touched her face with her hands. She looked worried. But slapping the great Yuan realm and erasing my existence from the source are two different things. Then here comes the question. Who can do this? This shouldn't be something that can be done with a single slap, right? Although, I don't think it's you who did it, but what's the point of that group of ghosts doing this? Are they so prepared that they think I'm a threat in the future just by looking at me? Forget it. Now that the chaos concept body wants to talk about me, I think they haven't had enough fun yet. They can't wait for me to be more spirited and energetic so that I can fight them for 1,000,000 rounds. The young man was silent for a while. Then he raised his head and shouted, Alarm clock! Are you free? Come over when you're free. Yun Nuashing and the others. Who is he calling? This nickname is a little interesting. I'm coming. While they were still speechless, a white figure suddenly appeared in the open space beside them, causing them to slowly turn their heads. It was a white figure with the body of a teenager. He looked to be about 12 or 13 years old. His clothes and other things could not be seen clearly, but there was a very obvious feature on his back. There were 3 rings from the inside to the outside of his jacket, which were evenly split into 4 parts and dripping in circles behind him. The 3 rings rotated separately and did not interfere with each other. It was probably some kind of hanging ornament as a built-in special effect. What's the matter? Something happened to the little guy? The young man glanced at this place and then turned his head to look at Yun Nuo. He saw that he was looking at him and sizing him up. He looked quite normal and would not die in the next second. He could not help but scratch his head. Aren't I fine? It's not about that. I'm here to ask you something. The young man coughed, thought for a while, and decided to ask directly. Where were you in the 37th and 37th eras? Hearing this, the teenager moved to the side of the young man and squeezed out a seat. Then he sat down and slowly replied, The 37th and 37th eras. I should have been in the middle plane, or in the sea of time, tangling with the concept of chaos. Of course, I could have been in the upper plane and would occasionally go back. Your question is a little difficult to answer. After crossing 2 eras, I don't even know where I was fighting. Why don't you just tell me what you're talking about? Well, it's not right to ask like that. The young man scratched his head and agreed. Actually, it's like this. The teenager sipped his tea and listened to the conversation, then nodded. So you think that when I was fighting with the concept of chaos, I accidentally killed the little guy. He put his neck in front of him, causing Yun Nuashing's face to twitch. The teenager sighed softly. Killing him while you're at it can make it look so artistic. I can't think of anything else for now. At that time, the little guy was probably just an ordinary little guy, not very eye-catching. Actually, all of us and those guys on the other side can do it. But if you want to do it in the middle of a battle, I can only think of you for the time being. The other side doesn't have this kind of ability. After saying that, he looked at the little guy and the others. Oh, let me introduce you. This is Alarm Clock, and his god name is Time and Sand. You can call him Alarm Clock, Clock, or Time. It's too troublesome to call out his god name. Even I find it troublesome to call him that. The teenager leaned on the chair and swung his legs in the air. Just be casual. I don't mind. The power to control time, huh? Hui suddenly showed an expression as if his thoughts had drifted somewhere. He suddenly said, "The master of the sea of time, that is to say, you can do this and that to time. You are a god who lives in various points of time at the same time. You can see the truth of the world and play with time in your hands." When the young man heard this, the teacup in his hand fell to the ground. He was stunned for a full 5 seconds. He reached out and touched the 3 hebs behind him. He coughed dryly and said in a slightly immature voice, "Although I don't know what you're thinking, but what you said is just a fantasy. Our existence has made it clear that time can't work on us, and we can't manipulate the power of time to act on ourselves as you imagine. But at my level, I can affect you a little, just a little. Living in different points of time at the same time, you can't do it even if you split me into dozens. Leaving myself aside, you probably have forgotten about the power of time because you haven't used it for years, right?" Hui grinned dryly. "It's useful, but it's not particularly useful. It can only be said to be a little assistance, mentioning the speed of time to a world without a particularly high-level life form, racing against time. That's all there is to it. Oh, that's a routine operation. It can buy a lot of time." The teenager nodded and took a sip of tea before continuing. "Time is not as powerful and tenacious as you think. The eternal time is quite long. The long time is like your life, a dozen eras, dozens of eras, and there will always be some damaged and stains in between. And time is far more fragile than your life, and also longer than your life. Therefore, it is more prone to damage and stains, and some can't even be erased. Like what you said about manipulating time, the only gain is to destroy an entire timeline world, an entire void and nothing else." Hui scratched his head and looked at Feng, but Feng rolled his eyes at him and said, "What kind of weird stuff are you thinking about every day?" Hui smiled bitterly. "But isn't this how people think about time? Although it's not what they know, it's not what they think. Some things are known, but they can't help but think about it. If that's the case, isn't your power limited by yourself?" Hui couldn't help but ask. "Not at all." The teenager shook his head and turned to look at him. "Heir of Guardian, what do you think the power of time is?" You suddenly asked the power of time." Hui put his hand on his forehead and broke out in cold sweat. The question was a little. He quickly looked at Feng. His brain couldn't work at this moment. This brain has a different idea from mine. It's not something I can do as I wish. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes at him, sighed, and took over the question. "The power of time is the power of time. If we answer with the concrete manifestation of the things here, it would be the energy of the sea of time. Oh, it's a serious answer. There's no wrong definition." The teenager looked at the little one and clapped her little hands in praise. In the past, many people gave a variety of strange answers in the sea of time. In fact, the answer is actually very simple, especially when it can be observed. Yun Nuashing shrugged and sighed softly. "How can it be so complicated? As you said, the power of time, in terms of the sea of time in the world, is its energy. That's it. What we'll talk about in detail is actually the characteristics of the power of time. It's what people often think of as holding the power of time and making it fast or slow down. This is indeed the basic characteristic of the basics. However, if you want to repeatedly jump around in time, like what I said just now, you can collapse an area of the void. So, don't have such unrealistic fantasies. In the end, as long as the power of time doesn't affect us, it's fine. For example," he turned to look at Yun Nuashing. "Big sister's little heir, boofed." Before he could finish his sentence, Yun Nuashing spat out a mouthful of tea. He hurriedly tidied himself up in the tense atmosphere and sat down calmly. I choked. It's okay, you can continue. The teenager scratched his head. If I remember correctly, you have a lot of skills that require a long time to prepare, right? Yun Nuoxing's eyes lit up. She could not help but smile. Could it be? Well, I know what you're thinking just by looking at your expression. Yes, that's it. As long as the power of time doesn't affect individuals like us who are at the peak of concepts, order, and rules, it's fine. We can switch the target of the influence. This is how I usually use the power of time. The teenager spread his hands and said. She turned her head and explained to him. That is to say, in the domain of time, you can unleash your attacks without delay, without preparation, and without accumulating power, including the creations you have created, as long as you can bear it. Oh, Hui said, it's a super acceleration function. Yun Nuoxing's eyes lit up even more. Then, 2 seconds later, she scratched her head and sighed. It sounds good, but it's a pity that I can't use it. When the teenager was about to drink his tea, he was stunned. Can't use it? That shouldn't be. Shouldn't it be able to make up for some of your shortcomings? Yun Nuoxing sighed in distress. She lay on the table and fiddled with the teacup in front of her with a gloomy face. I'm just a stowaway. I don't have the power of time. I do have a bunch of origin energy that's missing limbs. The teenager? ? The teenager shrugged. Let's take back the topic that we talked about before you came. The little one has all the origin energy. We haven't asked about it. Ah, yes. We didn't ask about it. After all, we were in a hurry and didn't have time to talk about it. When it was time to talk about it, we might have thought of something else and forgotten about it. The teenager nodded. Seeing that the little one was a little depressed and gloomy, he could not help but say, Looks like there's something we don't know. Yes, the little one's origin energy came into contact with the power we left in the realm of the gods. About that. The teenager immediately reacted. After a long, "Oh," he said in a slightly reminiscing tone. When we created the realm of the gods, we separated a part of the origin energy. Then we reshaped it and put it in the realm of the gods. Just in case, we set up the first and second layers of defense. Later, when the battle was urgent, we readjusted the first layer of defense so that it could protect the void of order of the 8 elements realm to the void of order of the entire Grand Yuan realm. But why did we run into those? Our power is buried quite deep. There's nothing fun there, right? There shouldn't have been any accidental intrusions. After all, the third layer of defense there is quite important. It's an important defense that was left behind at a very late stage. We should have left enough power to guard that place. Speaking of which, it's really as long as a piece of cloth. Hui smiled bitterly and held his head. Because of some very important reasons, we had to go there and touch those things, and then... Hui then explained in detail about how they had reactivated the protection they imposed on the Grand Yuan realm in the realm of the gods. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. That's it, because there was a little accident along the way. Oh, right. The first layer of defense was destroyed by us at that time. The teenager shook his head in realization. So, you went to reactivate the first layer of defense to prevent the underworld from causing trouble. Your courage is commendable. Your courage is commendable. But you almost got yourself killed. That's not commendable. I didn't know about this at that time. I thought that what the Guardian told me would be easy to do. I didn't expect it to be so, uncontrollable. Hui clutched his head and smiled bitterly. He carefully glanced at Feng and said, Then Feng became like this. He was branded with your marks. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes at Hui. Spilling blood all over her body was the beginning. Then 147, 196 balls of origin energy essence swarmed her. Her entire body was engraved with imprints. Her energy source also directly followed her out. This could be considered as a further deepening of the connection. Furthermore, it had deepened by leaps and bounds. From then on, origin became a label that he could not escape from. So he was really forced onto the ship. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. She could not help but grumble. Every word that came out of her mouth was a little resentful. I was forced onto the ship from then on. The teenager and the teenager laughed dryly. The latter pulled the 4 circles behind him and muttered, "So that's the reason. If the characteristics are not complete, then there's nothing we can do. In our current state, we can't complete it for you. Or rather, it's a little unimaginable that you could survive in that situation." Well, Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked at him. She could not help but mutter, "This is because of her. Because I was carrying her things, I was pulled by the energy source she left behind. Yes, your energy source even built a nest in my soul. It would come out and quarrel with me from time to time, and I couldn't win against it." The teenager and the teenager were speechless. This was the first time they heard that someone could quarrel with energy. She turned her head to look at him. He just remembered this matter. "By the way, is it okay for your energy source to come out with me? Didn't you guys set up some defenses? We know about the first and second layers. I've been maintaining the second layer of defense. But what's the third layer of defense?" "The third layer of defense is what I told you before. It's the reason why the underworld is attacking the realm of the gods." The teenager answered on her behalf. "Didn't you say that you conveniently touched the realm of the gods and used it to suppress them? That seal was left in the realm of the gods, and a third layer of defense was set up specifically for that seal. As a result, the unlucky deity realm was targeted and harassed by the former divine shadow clan and the netherworld realm. As for the energy source..." The teenager turned to look at her. She shook her head gently. "It's fine. Although it was an accident that the energy source left, there's no need to worry too much. Besides, it might be just right for you. After all, your divinity carrier was damaged. With the energy source following you, consider it compensation." Yun Nuashing scratched her head. "Oh, all right." The teenager breathed a sigh of relief and took a sip of tea. Then he suddenly realized something. "Were we talking about that?" The teenager was stunned as he poured the tea. "What were we talking about?" Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes at the two of them. He had already said that anything related to them was troublesome. They had a lot of topics to talk about, and they had seriously gone off topic. In just a few sentences, they had gone off topic. "Didn't you just say that I was beaten into an art painting? Then you mentioned the power of time, and then you went off topic." "Oh, that's it." The teenager clapped her hands in realization, and then turned to the teenager. "So, you see?" The teenager looked at it and jumped down from the chair, walking to Yun Nuashing. She reached out and pressed the teenager's arm, looking at it carefully. After a moment, she shook her head. "No, it's obviously not my influence. My power is the power of time. In a battle, it's not surprising that the torrent of time released at full power would have any kind of effect. I can also do what you think, wiping out an existence directly from its source. But if it was really cut by my time, wiping origin, there would be a scar unique to time left." Yun Nuashing was very excited when she heard that. She suddenly looked up. "You don't say. There really seems to be a scar." The teenager, who had just climbed back to the chair, suddenly slid to the ground. When he scrambled to get up, the 12 pieces behind him froze. You can't really be. No. But there's really no such thing on your body. I just looked around. It's very clean. There's nothing left. There's one. There's a scar that I still don't understand. It's hidden somewhere else." Yun Nuashing widened his eyes and turned to look at her with a strange expression. "The last time we saw it together, in the core of the concept manifestation space, there was a crack that was mixed with the aura of origin energy and chaos energy." He then turned to the teenager and the others. "That's why we determined that I was killed by you guys in the 37th and 38th era. What did you say last time? Anyway, you said that there was a concept-level destruction, and that was a scar or something. Although, I don't know why this antique was left behind after dying for a lifetime. It really was left behind." The teenager held his head and turned to look at Big Sis. When he saw her nod in confirmation, he was stunned. It can't be that coincidental, right? Was I really the one who killed it? It's hard to say. It's just a possibility. She replied softly and took his hand to calm him down. It's just an old scar found in the concept manifestation space. The scar is tainted with the aura of us and them, but there's no obvious aura left behind. There's no characteristic that points to anyone, so it's just a suspicion and a search. The teenager scratched his head and mumbled, but when I fought the chaos concept bodies, I would drag them into the temporal sea to fight. The destruction of temporal origin erasure would cause a lot of indescribable effects on everything in the world. If it was used directly in the void, when the battle was over, the void would be wasted. Concepts and whatnot would be useless, and it would be better to collapse and rebuild it than to repair it. Even if I couldn't enter the temporal sea, I would still use it in my 2 domains. Apart from that attack, the other attacks were all normal destruction and destructive power because they were mixed with the power of the chaos concept bodies. Well, at most, it would be to the extent that the souls of the Grand Yuan realm would be destroyed. It wouldn't erase the origin. If the little guy was just an ordinary guy back then, how could he have been dragged in? The teenager scratched his head. What if he happened to break through the temporal sea and the domain? That's not uncommon. Then some innocent passerby, the little guy, would just happen to pass by in front of you and get hit. The teenager was silent for a while before he looked up at Yun Nuashing. Well, can I say unlucky to you? Yun Nuashing's face was filled with helplessness and distress. You can add all the prefixes and suffixes to these 2 words. But isn't that too unlucky? The teenager smiled bitterly for a while and held his breath for a while before he mumbled, a calamity from the sky. This is an unexpected disaster. So, the little angel, who had been listening quietly in the background, could not help but speak up and conclude. In the 37th and 38th eras, Little Star was wandering around somewhere in the void and was accidentally hit by the temporal origin erasure that leaked out of the domain. At the critical moment, he pushed Qian Yin into a portal that might have been the void and was accidentally sent to the land of origins. Is that what happened? Yun Nuashing. Why do you mention wandering around? The little angel stuck out her tongue. Because you often run around outside and get into trouble. This time is no exception. Yun Nuashing. There seems to be nothing to refute, he thought for a while, slammed the table, and immediately shouted, No, I won't work for people who have killed me. I won't do it. She immediately grabbed his arm and pressed him to sit on the chair. Interrupting him and calmly replied, It's just a guess. We haven't reached a conclusion yet. After all, you're prone to causing trouble, and it was at the most chaotic time. It's not surprising that something unusual that even we can't find out happened. There are actually many guesses about this matter, but if we keep talking about it, I'm afraid there will be no end to it. Well, Yun Nuashing calmed down and rolled his eyes. Damn it, this world is too messy. Damn it, the mythological era should be the most artistic death in his endless reincarnation. Chapter 2039. The journey of endless reincarnation, to put it bluntly, was actually the process of dying and coming back to life again and again. Looking at let's just say that the Dark Age was over. All the way to the 139th era, he had been rolling in the Grand Yuan realm for almost 90 eras. He had been dying and coming back to life again and again for hundreds of billions of eras. Among those complicated memories, the useless part left the impression that he had once lived and felt something. The small part was annihilated in the reincarnation, and the rest was hidden in the deepest part of the sea of memories, most of which he would not take out. The most important memory he had left was actually the memory of the primeval age, although the second half of the memory had not been retrieved yet, and the more important and fatal memory of the Dark Age that he was recalling now, and he knew that it was absolutely a terrible memory, but he still had to face it head on. In fact, now he could already come to a conclusion. The Dark Age might be the main reason why he had been through so many reincarnations. Just like what she said, he was like a vengeful spirit that refused to disperse for a long time, stubbornly holding on, waiting, and gradually becoming crazy. Even so, he still refused to give up and let go, even if he had to do it again and again, and again, no matter what, it was really heavy. This spirit had been settling in the world for too long and had accumulated too much. Although it could not compare to their experience of more than 300 eras, it was tiring and heavy. After all, he had a lot of messy things on him, some of which were completely integrated with his spirit and could not dissipate even if he stepped into reincarnation. Therefore, he had to carry them on his back, one life after another. Occasionally, he would think, it's too heavy. I'm tired. I really can't bear it anymore. After complaining, he would stand up and continue to move forward. It was the first time he saw the night in the land of origin. Previously, he had been watching the sun hanging obliquely on the edge of the eye of the storm, shining light all over the land of origin, but it did not make this place too bright and dazzling. It was like a thin layer of clouds evenly scattered in the air, constantly weakening the intensity of the sunlight and casting the shadow of the floating island in the sky. But now, it was the time of the silver moon in the sky. The clouds had dissipated, and the night was clear and transparent. There was no starry sky at night here, and there were no endless stars under the night sky. Only the silver moon hung alone in the sky. He did not know what kind of texture there was in the sky. It was not like an atmosphere or a barrier, and he could not see the end of it from afar. Probably because this was a broken land, there was no way to make everything perfect. The storm cloud wall was still hanging in the same place and rotating slowly. It was a bit depressing after looking at it for a long time. However, the sprinkling moonlight would spread a flowing curtain of light in front of the storm cloud wall, as if the starlight of countless worlds had gathered here. He could clearly see the traces of flowing light, as if the storm cloud wall was moving with a flickering light, dragging out a picture of flowing light. He had yet to measure the size of the continent of origin, but when he walked around, he could feel the emptiness of this place. According to Sui Feng and the others, the palaces that the gods of origin lived in were all hidden in the corresponding spaces, leaving only the central hall for decoration, leaving a lot of space for the continent of origin. However, Sui Feng felt that this was just an excuse. If the gods of origin really wanted to have unlimited space, then Sui Feng believed that this was... he did not know what they were thinking. God knows what they were thinking. At night, the grassland, the sea of flowers, and the huge gate made of vines were embellished with a thin silver curtain under the light of the silver moon, so that they could cooperate and emit silver light. The light gathered here would scatter a large number of silver light particles around every few minutes, as if a swarm of fireflies suddenly flew out of the grassland and wandered around for a while before gradually dissipating. Needless to say, this scene was the work of the girl. He did not want to see the scene of the men planting trees in the east. He just got lost at the entrance over there for 10 minutes. The night view of the land of origin was not bad, but it lacked vitality. The land was empty, and there were no insects or small animals running around at night. There was nothing but the sound of the wind. It was a little monotonous, but it was still one of the sceneries he had seen before. This was the scene of the girl's emergency repair. If it was the original look, what the land of origin originally looked like, to be honest, he did not pay much attention to it. After all, every time he went there, it would be a mess, and he did not have the mood to enjoy the scenery. As for why he came out alone at night, well, there was a reason for it. Everyone was busy talking to their goddess all night long. Little Angel was also dragged by her to the last step of the transformation of order. He wanted to go as well since he was worried about her. Even though she was the one who did it, there was no need for him to worry. Besides, the angel girl rejected his offer, saying that she didn't want him to see her in such a sorry state. So, well, it was not that he could not understand, but he was still worried and wanted to stay by her side or something. Anyway, he sneaked out in the end and wandered aimlessly in the empty land of origin, emptying his mind, relaxing his spirit, and letting his consciousness gradually drift. Then his mind would suddenly be filled with endless fireworks and firecrackers, and a large group of ink blocks in the background. Damn, the ink blocks that would pop out in his mind when he was relaxing his spirit. Hiss. Anyway, damn it. But it was normal. His spirit was so tense that he could not feel anything, and he could not relax. Anyway, he had to empty his mind today no matter what. He found a good place in the sea of flowers and lay down with his back to the ground, and his gaze fell on the scene of his long hair dancing with the petals for a while. Then he began to stare at the bright and motionless moon in a daze, and the fireworks in his mind had turned into endless energy towers, the staff of origin, the staff of creation, and so on. When he closed his eyes, the void was turbulent, and when he opened his eyes, the endless fireworks filled the void, and the fireworks in the void were competing to be the first to bloom. He felt that he had gone crazy, and his mind was filled with big explosions and even bigger and brighter fireworks. Just when he was feeling a little insomnia and wanted to find a lake to drown himself in to calm down, an ice-cold breath suddenly blew on his face, causing him to be slightly startled. Before he could turn his gaze, a figure like ice and snow had already entered his line of sight. "What are you doing here?" Shuang Shuang stood in front of his head and squatted down to look him in the eyes. The icy cold aura from her body temporarily froze the tumbling scenes in his mind. She kicked them aside, allowing him to slowly regain his senses. Upon closer inspection, this lass had even changed her clothes. The translucent blue and white gauze dress that she usually liked was now replaced by a more gorgeous, light blue, translucent dress that sparkled with starlight. It was strangely gorgeous. At a glance, there were so many stars that it was as if he was looking at a light blue star field. Originally, this lass was walking with ice crystals and snowflakes floating around her. Now that she was wearing a star field, it was even more dazzling. This lass's presence was too strong. In a daze, try to relax. Yun Nuashing responded, looking at her glacial eyes, a little curious. Why did you come out? Have you finished talking with the god of origin? Shuang Shuang stroked her long hair by her ear and thought for a moment. Sister Bing said that I understood too quickly and said too much at once. She asked me to sort it out myself, and we will talk about the rest tomorrow, and then I came out. Yun Nuashing. No, she was indeed a life form of origin, and even the god of origin could say something like that. Perhaps to them, a complete life form of origin was also a rare sight. After all, there was not even one in the previous era. When he came in, he could also feel that many of them were paying attention to Shuang Shuang, and the degree of attention was second only to the day when he was hung up. Shuang Shuang said again, Well, before I came out, I changed my clothes and then went to look for Sui Qing. Sui Qing's face was so pale when she was dragged away. I don't know if she is okay now. Was she too excited? Yun Nuashing. Theoretically, that was not excitement, but shock. It seemed that Sui Qing's history of torture was also continuing. Shuang Shuang poked little Xingxing, who was in a daze, and pinched his cheeks. Looking at his eyes, she suddenly fell into a trance again. She didn't know where his thoughts had run off to. After thinking for a while, she moved to his side and leaned on his shoulder to lie in this sea of flowers. Her jade-like hands gently hugged his waist, slightly stimulated by the slightly cold breath. His mind broke free from the scene of endless destruction of the endless fire, and he tilted his head to look at the ice sculpture girl, who was staring at him without blinking, as if she wanted to say something. He could not help but ask, What's wrong? If you are busy, don't mind me. Shuang Shuang shook her head, stretched out her long arms, and hugged him tightly, and said softly in his ear, To accompany you. His eyes suddenly widened, and when he was a little confused about the meaning of the word, she continued, Leisure time is rare, and each time is quite short, so I want to accompany you. He thought seriously, Didn't I just come out from Luo Ying's world not long ago? That was considered leisure, right? I don't have to think about anything, just walk around. You really don't have to think about anything? Shuang Shuang blew a breath beside his ear, making him shiver. Little star should learn to relax. You don't have to bear too much pressure alone. I like to see you smile when you don't want to do anything. Yun Nuashing. This, Ming, and see you said that if little star thinks too much and wants him to relax, all you need to do is to hug him. Shuang Shuang said, and then snuggled in his arms, and then muttered, I don't think the effect is obvious. Yun Nuashing. Could he say that he really didn't think too much now? He meant that 30% of his mind was empty, 50% of his attention was on this girl, and the remaining 20% was still beating up his thoughts in the void. Although he felt that he would be bitten to death if he said it out loud, but his head was indeed full of firecrackers and fireworks, and the fortress of origin was about to appear in a while. Looking at Shuang Shuang's serious eyes, he opened his mouth, thought for a while, and then confessed seriously, Well, there is indeed a part of my mind that is thinking about other things. I'm used to it. I'm afraid I can't stop. Void, order, chaos. He heaved a long sigh at the sky. Although I also came out to find some leisure time, my thoughts are always uncontrollable. I can't control them at all and will always drift in that direction. When I'm free, my thoughts are even more uncontrollable. Opening and closing my eyes, it's all about the same things. Just as you said, I really should relax. I know that suppressing, forcing, and enduring will torment myself until I collapse. But, phew, life of toil, life of toil. Perhaps I'll be able to relax after I knock myself out? Shuang Shuang was stunned for a moment, and then raised her hand to pinch his face. Even if little star faints, his soul and consciousness will still be thinking about things, and when his consciousness escapes to the source environment, we won't know what's going on. You said that it's relaxing when your consciousness returns to the source environment, but she shrugged. I don't see little star relaxing when you wake up. You must be thinking about a lot of things in the source environment, right? Yun Nuashing opened his mouth, but he could not refute that. When his consciousness and soul returned to the source, he naturally entered a state and began to become a philosopher in the source environment, thinking about who am I, where am I, and what am I doing? Although returning to the source environment was indeed a little easier, it was just like sleeping on one side and changing a position because it was uncomfortable. Was it not still sleeping? Well, he wanted to say that he had been thinking, but in a different way, and there was not much difference. Well, when I'm done with these things, I should be able to relax and then find a place to lie down and lie down for 180 days to tidy up myself. He nodded seriously. As Shuang Shuang listened, she raised her hand and counted in front of him. The fortress of origins, the staff of origin, the staff of creation, fragments are still fragments. The original creations that need to be tidied up repeatedly, the energy towers that need to be adjusted after being changed by the source law, the realm of order, the defensive measures against chaos, to prevent chaos from invading. There are many, many more. Yun Nuashing. Why did he suddenly feel even more tired? His thoughts of setting off fireworks had begun to drift further away, and he had begun to work on the infrastructure. Now his mind was filled with thoughts of how to build the void frontline, and a part of him was still working hard on setting off fireworks. Aside from these, there's still the matter of little star yourself, the path of essence, the sea of energy, and, he hurriedly covered the little girl's mouth, and his lips were trembling. Don't say any more. Shuang Shuang did not give up and continued through the soul transmission. Even if you're done with your work and lie down for 180 days, your consciousness will still be thinking about the last thing, right? Yun Nuashing. Why did he feel like he was being pinched so hard that he could not retort? Shuang Shuang was right. Since a long, long time ago, he had been nervous and repressed. Due to various reasons, he had taken over the mess, shouldering a pressure that he should not have shouldered, and would never disappear but would only grow heavier as time passed. Even so, things had been pushed forward for several eras, and he had also considered it his own matter, putting in all his effort and strength. Even if he would occasionally put on an "it doesn't matter, just smile" attitude, believing that he could handle that part of the pressure. The truth was that he was just burying it little by little in the deepest part of his heart. It was something that no one would be able to hide, was it not? There's some things that someone has to bear, and some things would never end. He looked at the sky and sighed. I just don't want to lie to myself at the very last moment, saying things like, I could have done better. After I took over the banner of Origins, I've been forced or taken the initiative to understand many things. It doesn't matter, right? Just give up in this life. Perhaps there's nothing to be concerned about from the start. Just keep moving forward, moving forward, moving forward. Just keep moving forward. As for how I am, buffed. No one knows better than me what would happen to me. It was really hard for them to take turns to enlighten him, but it was a pity that the further he went, the more he would reach the continent of Origins. Such a scenario would only make his imagination run wild. For example, the Fort of Origin, which had been delayed for 5 minutes, finally appeared in his thoughts. It hung at the center and began to set off fireworks at the sky ahead, even as it worked hard to build infrastructure behind the scenes. He actually never thought about shouldering everything alone because he really could not, which was why he did everything he could to drag the Void frontline forward. That was why he was happy when they offered to help. Was it a compromise? It wasn't a compromise, right? It was because he realized that he couldn't handle it alone and couldn't achieve that ending, so he changed his approach. The current peaceful moment was so fake. How could he wait until everything was ready before something happened? Shuang Shuang, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke. Little Star, you should at least be aware of everyone's concern for you. I know. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. I know you're all worried about me, but what? But he did not seem to respond to the worries of those around him. Response. I seem to have heard that the actions of the person at the center would affect the people around him. The more cohesive a place was, the more this would be the case. Tension, anxiety, worry, depression, emotions, and the atmosphere would actually be contagious. If he pulled a long face all day long, the atmosphere would probably be very bad. Although it was not to that extent now, but if he was always anxious and worried all day long, no matter how well he pretended, he would not be able to hide it. After all, they had known each other for a whole 5 eras. How could those emotions and the changes caused by those emotions be hidden? Sigh. Knowing was one thing. How to deal with it was another. So he really wasn't suited to be the center of attention. Sigh. This was too difficult for him. He wasn't a talented person. Speaking of which, he shouldn't be the center of attention in the first place. It was so difficult. Shuang Shuang pouted helplessly as she watched Little Star fall into a self-contradictory cycle with his thoughts becoming more complicated. Forget it, she said. Telling Little Star these things is like playing the lute to a cow. Yun Nuashing said, I'm really sorry. She's right. Sometimes there are things that need to be done directly. There's no need to tell Little Star. Shuang Shuang suddenly straightened her upper body. The words that came out of her mouth stunned him. What did she mean by doing directly? Doing what? Wake up. Little Star, you idiot. Shuang Shuang suddenly reached out her hands and pressed his face. Her dark blue eyes were shining with a determined light. Before he understood the meaning of the sentence, she suddenly took a deep breath and then immediately bent down. Her beautiful eyes rapidly enlarged in his eyes. Ugh. The cold touch on his mouth made him instantly widen his eyes. The light in his heart suddenly stopped. At the same time, the firecrackers, the Temple of Origin, and so on that reverberated in his mind were all turned into ashes. In an instant, he was beaten back to the original state. Do it mean that? Who taught this girl? Well, there was no need to ask. The few people at home were all suspects. They might even be working together to cause trouble. Ugh, now he couldn't think of anything at all. His brain directly shut down. He estimated that it would overload in a while. My brain is so hot. I can't think. Who am I? What am I doing? Why is this girl? No. Thinking about it carefully, It seemed that there was no need to be surprised by this scene at all, right? There shouldn't be any need to be surprised. After all, did he notice it? Or did he not notice it? Speaking of which, should he have noticed it? After a long time, Shuang Shuang slowly raised her head. Seeing Little Star's pretty face blushing and her eyes glazed over, she muttered, "Little Star, have you calmed down?" Yun Nuashing. Your Little Star's brain is overloaded. He probably won't be able to think for a long time. If this is your goal, then congratulations, you have achieved your goal. Because he really can't think now. His head, face, and neck are all a bit numb. He estimated that it will take 4 to 5 minutes to think again. If you have anything to say, please say it later. He can't move now. Seeing him in a daze, Shuang Shuang's jade-like finger lightly tapped on her lips. Her eyes flickered slightly and she muttered to herself, "Mommy! It's so strange. Little Star, do it again." Yun Nuashing. Struggle. Struggle my ass. His head was pressed down and he couldn't escape. The violent conflict between his consciousness and his soul made both of them go on strike, and he couldn't think. Anyway, before he could react, his mouth was covered by an icy cold feeling again. It seemed that before he thought about whether he should worry about something, he had to talk to this girl. Talk about what? What else could he say in this situation? It seemed that there was nothing else to say. Forget it, his head was so dizzy. He was going to faint. That next time before you move your mouth, can we discuss it? So that he could be mentally prepared. Golden light fell from the sky. The tall, vine-weaved doors and corridors filtered out the sunlight, which could not be dazzling to begin with. This faint layer of light dyed the sea of flowers and the space in this place with a hazy golden luster. The warm color was so gentle that one would want to immerse oneself in this atmosphere with just a glance. When he opened his eyes, he saw such a scene. It was warm and lazy, allowing him to lie down comfortably. Yesterday, he had actually fallen asleep here. When he woke up, he saw such a beautiful and peaceful scene, which made him feel happy. Then, when he lowered his head to look at the ice sculpture sleeping peacefully with him in his arms, he fell silent for a moment. Yesterday, he had definitely fallen asleep because he had suffocated from the kiss, hadn't he? That must be it, right? No, he couldn't admit that he had fainted due to excessive shock and panic. This couldn't be. Speaking of which, he had slept like a log yesterday, just like the 4 days on the ship. But to be honest, even if he had woken up, he was still in a daze. He might really need to go back to the factory for major repairs. Otherwise, every time he woke up, he would be in a daze. Although the possibility of accidentally falling asleep was close to zero, yesterday could be considered as an accident. Yesterday's scene was just too impactful. He couldn't help it. He could only use the word impactful to describe it. Although the kiss scene was very that it was still a little unexpected. Well, he had to admit that he really did not notice Shuang Shuang's thoughts. After all, one could not expect a person whose head was filled with destruction, fireworks, and explosives for 5 eras to accurately notice everyone's thoughts. Either way, he could not grasp emotions clearly, so how could he see through everyone's thoughts accurately? He was just like what she had said last night. To be aware of everyone's concern, he was aware of it. But only after being reminded did he realize that he had been aware of it. In other words, he had been aware of it at the moment and then tossed it aside, continuing to do things his own way that was completely irresponsible to himself and everyone else. Come to think of it, the atmosphere in the observer space seemed to be too serious and deadly because of him. He admitted that, but because there was nothing he could do. But he needed to pay attention. But sometimes, when there were so many things to worry about and so many things to do, he wished that he could multitask. But forgive him for being a simple-minded person. There were many things that could not be done perfectly. In the end, he could only choose among many things. Although, even if he did choose to give up, he didn't really give up. The slight movement of the person in his arms quickly brought him back to reality. He didn't want to show an expression that seemed as if the void would collapse and he would be pressed down until he suffocated again. Oh, I accidentally fell asleep. The girl quickly jumped up as soon as she woke up. But when she saw him, she was not in a hurry. She hugged him tightly, as if she wanted to keep him there. He didn't know what expression to make. In the end, he decided to say something. Shuang Shuang, if you use more strength, my waist will crack. Shuang Shuang stuck out her tongue and let go of her arms a little. Then she slightly straightened her body and stared at him. Her deep blue eyes stared at his eyes with an unyielding aura. It made him feel a little guilty. He didn't know what to think. He subconsciously turned his head to avoid the girl's glacier gaze. But just as he turned his head, he was pulled back by a pair of cold hands. He was almost sweating, and his rationality told him that he should be a little stronger. Yes, he needed to be a little stronger. Otherwise, the girls at home would treat him as what? Logically speaking, he should be the one taking advantage of this kiss, right? It should be like this, right? But why did he feel that he had lost something every time he saw the satisfied expression on their faces? Anyway, after yesterday's incident, his brain was still in a state of uncontrollable state. It looked like he wouldn't be able to think for a period of time. Moreover, he was entangled in another layer of contradiction and couldn't get out of it. So, was this girl planning to repeat the scene? Looking at her determined eyes, he also tried his best to open his eyes wide. His breathing was steady, and his breath was deep in his dantian. His voice didn't tremble. Shuang. Shuang Shuang. You can't do it more than 3 times. The 3rd time it's not effective. And then, in order to verify if it really didn't have any effect, this girl blocked his mouth for as long as half an hour. It turned out that this was still effective because his brain had been shut down for who knows how long. This girl even took advantage of him afterwards. He always felt that if this place wasn't the origin continent, he might have been executed on the spot. A girl who took advantage of people's perilous situation over at the palace, Hui and the primordial heavenly deity, whose name was Guardian, which was exactly the same as him, although this guardian god liked to charge and break through enemy lines while carrying a shield and was despised by others, had a long talk through the night. They talked about a lot of things about their powers, which benefited Hui a lot. He felt that his career as a shield had taken a big step forward. Just as he was about to calm down and digest the information, the two of them saw Maple and Shuang Shuang coming back hand in hand. When he saw Maple's messy clothes and her pretty face that couldn't be dispelled, he suddenly slammed his jaw on the table. He couldn't help but blurt out a shocking sentence. F***CK. Maple, you are done. You two are back together. Yun Nuoxing's face instantly became ferocious. She gritted her teeth and raised her manifestation. But when she remembered that everyone was busy at the moment, she clenched her fist and resisted the urge to smash manifestation, origin, into his face. But she still raised her finger and glared at him angrily. If the situation wasn't bad, I would have lit you up like a firework. I know. Hui waved his hand with a look of understanding. Your waist and back are sore, right? I understand. Ah. Do you want me to make you some soup to nourish your body? You see, this place is quite suitable. Under the witness of all the gods of origin, I will set up a banquet for you. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and suddenly turned into a light and rushed out. Hui screamed miserably as she sent him up into the sky to set off fireworks. That was purely his imagination. In fact, he just pulled Shuang Shuang to sit down and drank a mouthful of tea to calm himself down. Hui felt that something was wrong when he saw this situation. He was prepared to be sent up, but in the end it was a dud. This made his thoughts run wild all of a sudden. Feng, what did you two really do? Yun Nuoxing stared at him coldly, as if he was looking at a maggot. I will give you 3 seconds to reorganize your brain. There was a murderous aura. Hui instantly stopped talking and sat up straight, dignified and serious. Then the 4 of them drank tea and zoned out. 10 minutes later, Hui couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't help but ask, Maple, why aren't you saying anything? Yun Nuashing put down her teacup. What do you want to say? That's… Hui looked at his eyes, suspiciously. They were indifferent, calm, clear, and somewhat unnatural. There was no deep, profound, distant, and gloomy look in his eyes when he was thinking. Shouldn't you usually start nagging about what you want to do the moment you sit down? Why is there no movement at all today? Yun Nuashing was silent for a while. She quietly looked down at Shuang Shuang, who was still holding his hand, as if she was declaring something. She let him think for a while. She looked at Hui, who had a strange look, and said calmly, "Oh, I'm tired from thinking, so I'm taking a break." Hui was shocked and jumped back 3 meters. He held a big shield and a big sword in his hand and was as powerful as a tiger. The young man was shocked. What kind of demon is occupying Maple's body? Come out and fight to the death. Yun Nuashing. Isn't it just being forced to empty your mind? Is there such a big difference? The young man couldn't help but ask the little guy, "What kind of image do you usually have?" Yun Nuashing. I don't know. Chapter 2040. He should have sorted out the large pile of content that he had gained from the long talk all night, as soon as possible to free up the brain space, and then continue to torment the origin energy. After all, a great opportunity was in front of him. This was an opportunity that could easily make the origin energy gain a qualitative leap. However, since Maple and Shuang Shuang came back together, his schedule was only left with drinking tea, daydreaming, drinking tea, daydreaming. God knows why he was daydreaming. After daydreaming for a while, he finally could not help but look up at Maple, whose expression and demeanor were wrong. Maple's eyes were out of focus, but he was not thinking about something, just daydreaming. He then looked at Shuang Shuang, who was calm, with her red lips slightly raised and a little happy. This cheerful look. If there was nothing between the two last night, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. However, it might not be as exaggerated as he thought. He was very sure that this night the two were lovey-dovey together, and Maple might have really been done something. Otherwise, he really could not explain the change that happened before and after. The young man also felt strange when he saw the new inheritor's restless look. He tilted his head and looked at the little guy. Indeed, compared to the gloomy and deep mood from time to time before, he was much calmer now, as if he had emptied himself all of a sudden. The change was a little exaggerated. He nudged Hui with his foot and whispered, "What's the situation with the little guy usually?" Hui took a sip of tea and was silent for a while. He decided to answer in the most straightforward way. 1 hour and 60 minutes. 60 minutes to think about fireworks, 120 minutes to think about bigger fireworks, and 180 minutes to think about how to make fireworks more artistic. The young man was speechless. Three things at the same time? 6 times the efficiency? And this thing has been going on for 5 eras without stopping. Hui shuddered when he thought about it. 5 eras without stopping, and the time before half an era was even more difficult to withstand. In addition to 3 things at the same time, he had to deal with the attacks from the underworld every minute and every second. Under such circumstances, he forcibly changed the Void frontline into what it is today. I don't think it's going to work. I feel like I'm going crazy when I hear about it. After hearing this, the young man fell silent. This was forcing him to his death, to the point where the reincarnation road was about to collapse. It's a miracle that the little guy hasn't gone crazy yet. Hui shook his head hard. Feng has been crazy for a long time. The reason why he doesn't show it now is that there is no need to show it now. You should know that he is not normal when you see him using himself as a yuansher. It is a fragmented abnormality. The young man gulped. What about his soul? He collapsed long ago. Now he's just… Hui glanced at Maple, who was talking to Shuang Shuang. He sighed softly, he's struggling to hold on. You guys don't usually keep an eye on him. The young man laughed bitterly as soon as he said that. I don't think you guys can keep an eye on him. Hui shrugged and gave him a helpless look. After he was injured by the chaos concept entity's concept-level power, in order to create the source law, he did not hesitate to tear open the wound that was almost healed and forcefully borrowed the concept-level power, almost causing himself to collapse. After he was done, he even gave us a "what can you do about it?" expression. The problem is that we really don't have the right to teach him a lesson. What do you think we should do? The young man was speechless. He even dared to use concept-level wounds. How crazy was the little guy? So, now that Maple has suddenly stopped. Huey's face twitched. Although it's a good thing. I can feel a very frightening feeling. After all, we all feel that Maple will only be able to breathe a sigh of relief when the other side is completely annihilated. Then he will throw away all the burdens on his body in one go. The young man laughed bitterly, completely understanding the situation. Then why did he suddenly change so violently? He crossed his hands and muttered to himself for a moment. He glanced at Shuang Shuang beside him. Guess what they did last night? Oh, I really don't know. Everyone was busy talking to the children last night. Probably no one went to see what happened to the little guy. The young man said. He saw Huey's crazy eyes and slightly froze. The life of more than 300 eras allowed him to read the meaning in Huey's eyes. You're saying that the two of them got together last night? Huey nodded vigorously. The young man was stunned. Then that little angel girl. Huey continued to nod vigorously, seeing the light on the young man's body flickering as if he was thinking about something. He could not help but whisper, "His girl is responsible for tying him down. Although it depends on the time and place to play the role, I'm sure it worked once last night, and then it became like this. I just don't know how long it will last." Fong has 7 or 8 chains around him, yet he's still able to let himself loose to this extent. You said that there's no one watching over him normally. Although this saying isn't very good for the girls in his family, that's what I mean. In fact, I'm also a chain myself, but I can't tie him down most of the time. I can't tie him down even with the right time, place, and people. The young man thought of something and could not help but smile bitterly. To be honest, after seeing the projection of the little guy's uncertain future from her, we all feel that this guy is very similar to her. Quite similar in all aspects, but not to the extent of perfection to the same degree. Now that I look at it, he's a little boy who has surpassed his master. I mean those aspects you mentioned just now. The young man took a sip of tea and nodded. He glanced at the closed palace door. She was also like that. When she was retreating, she was tied down by several people. She almost collapsed a part of the chaotic void before she left cursing. At that time, the retreat had exceeded the time limit by more than an hour. The little guy seems to be crazier than her. Hui did not know whether to laugh or cry. He whispered in a low voice, "Not a family will not enter the same house." Yun Nuashing glanced at Hui and the young man who was whispering something sneakily. He thought for a while and felt that since he did not hear it, he did not intend to pay attention to it. He turned his head to look at the palace. There was no movement from the closed palace, and he could not perceive the situation inside. He was still a little worried, but there was no use in worrying now. He could only wait quietly. After being in a daze for half a day, Hui also shifted his attention away from him and continued to listen to the young man's lecture. Shuang Shuang felt that she was almost done tidying up. She wanted to go to Sister Bing to continue to receive the inheritance, to go to the lecture. He was now emptying his mind and had nothing to do, mainly because Shuang Shuang was staring at him very vigilantly at this moment. She had the intention to immediately rush up and bite him or take him on the spot if he fell into deep thought. Therefore, he was dragged to the lecture by this girl, probably to monitor him. Now that he had nothing to do, it was fine to go for a walk. He had to find something to kill time. When he was not thinking, he always felt that time was passing very slowly. Was this slowing down time and prolonging life? Just after sighing for a while, he was dragged to the front of a palace by Shuang Shuang. It was actually the second time he saw this tall and pointed palace. But the last time he saw it, he was stunned and did not look carefully. Looking at it now, its style was like a castle piled up with ice and snow. The whole body was white and blue. Well, the size of the appearance was as mentioned before. It was not very big, only thousands of feet high. What was really spacious was its internal space. He remembered that when he walked into it last time, he was brought to a boundless grassland space, not a space frozen into a lump of ice, so he did not think of it as the palace of the ice god. As he looked at the palace, Shuang Shuang pulled him to open the door. However, the door of the palace was pushed open from the inside first. A girl wearing a luxurious white dress with gold-trimmed patterns and gorgeous hair accessories that Harun did not understand suddenly walked out of the palace. She raised her gray eyes and was stunned for a moment. "Ah, you're here. I was just about to look for you." This should be said to Shuang Shuang. But when he looked at Xiao Shi's attire and then looked at Shuang Shuang beside her, he was suddenly very curious. He could not help but ask, "Why did you change your attire?" Xiao Shi's hands were naturally crossed. She looked dignified, solemn, and indifferent. It was as if she was wearing a grand attire to attend an important meeting. It did not look awkward. The girl's daily posture made him feel that there was nothing wrong with her in this attire. Xiao Shi replied indifferently, "Sister Bing changed." Yun Nuoxing was suddenly enlightened. He could not help but ask, "Is Sui Qing okay?" Xiao Shi slightly raised her head and thought for a moment. She decided to give an abstract answer. 70% mental exhaustion. It seemed that he was about to pass out. Lin Sanjiu did not know which was the greater joy of seeing Her Eminence again, or the weariness of being tormented by Her Eminence. Well, she had already seen it once, so it should be the latter. Xiao Shi led them to walk in the palace made of ice and snow. The way they walked this time was different from the way they went to the grassland last time. The deeper they went, the thicker the breath of the ice and snow. The chill on Shuang Shuang's body also became heavier. There were more and more ice crystals and snowflakes floating. Just like that. Ahem. Yun Nuoxing glanced at Xiao Shi's face, who was walking beside him. "How was yesterday? Seeing your goddess again?" Xiao Shi's expression changed slightly. She opened her mouth a few times as if she wanted to say something, but she did not seem to know what to say. But looking at her, it was possible that she was overwhelmed with emotions. Perhaps she could not calm down for the whole day. It was just that her facial paralysis prevented others from seeing the change in her expression. In fact, this feeling was quite complicated. The people in front of them were just the shadows of the deceased. Even if these shadows were real, how would it affect them? He did not know. To him, he did not know them at all. So he might not think it was a big deal. Well, it did not affect them much. But what about them? Suddenly, he felt a little worried. This feeling was similar to when a family member had passed away, and after many years, they inadvertently found some words and records that they had kept in the corner of the house. The box of memories that had been closed for a long time suddenly poured out like a flood. Just some words and records were already like this. Then, when their shadows really appeared and could talk. Well, although he was a little worried, he should not be too nervous. After all, they were not the kind of people who would not let him go. Otherwise, they would have a more concrete reaction after seeing Luo Ying. In fact, they did not have any strong emotional fluctuations in the first 2 days after they came back. So, this time, there should not be any problem. Me too. I don't know what to say. It feels good to be able to see your goddess again. Even if it's just a small accident, it's still very... Xiao Shi suddenly replied. Her voice was a little soft. She wanted to say something, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not express the words that were hidden in her heart. Anyway, I'm very excited. Yun Nuoxing patted her on the shoulder. Don't think about those things for the time being. Just talk about the old days with them. Life is still long. After this farewell, we don't know when we will meet again. If you want to act coquettishly, you can do so. If you want to speak your mind, you can say it. If you feel wronged, you can also say it. If you miss it, there will be no chance. Xiao Sure suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. He was stunned. She reached out to grab his hand and put it on her head. Here. Yun Nuashing was speechless. Then use your hand to rub it twice. Soft hair, comfortable to the touch. It's unfamiliar to the touch. Xiao Sure tilted her head and looked puzzled. Qing said that she would feel something, but I don't think I feel anything. Yun Nuashing was speechless. Did she say that because he accidentally touched her head last time? When Shuang saw this, she also pulled his hand and placed it on her head, rubbing it with a satisfied expression. I'm used to this. It feels very smooth. It doesn't feel stiff or awkward. After fooling around for a while, they passed through the door at the end of the corridor. Outside the door was an empty world wrapped in silver. Solid ice covered and formed a continent. It looked a little like the space they had just frozen, but it was obviously more complete here. Other than the things they had seen before, there were also some geometric objects made of solid ice floating in the sky, rolling slowly and disorderly. Sister Bing's eternally frozen Earth is the same as the ice field created in the concept space. Originally, there were more creations here covering the entire eternally frozen Earth, Xiao Sure said softly. Yun Nuashing wanted to talk about the fragments. Well, forget it. It's not too late to talk about it when we return to the concept space. He was already looking forward to what kind of strange creations would come out of it. Every single one of them would be a great creation. If he used them all at once, he would probably be able to blast the chaos concept body a few hundred times, and then break through its defense. And Shuang suddenly tugged at his hand, causing him to tremble. He turned his head and saw the girl's eyes twinkling as she stared at him. Her smiling face made him shudder, and he quickly suppressed the thoughts that had just appeared in his mind. Seeing Little Star immediately adjust, Shuang sighed softly and said to herself, "Little Star, I really can't not look at him for even a moment." Yun Nuashing's forehead was sweating. It seems that I can't think too much during this period. I have to wait until I return to the observer space to deal with anything. He still had a lot of urgent things to deal with, and time did not allow him to be in a daze. However, those could be discussed after he returned. During this period of time in the continent of origin, he would not be tormented until he took a break. Although there were still many things that he did not understand after the conversation, there was nothing he could do about it. Cold, fresh air, mixed with the smell of the origin energy in the air, it was the breath of the ice goddess. He looked at the pure white world, covered with ice and snow with a little curiosity. This was her primeval territory, a reactivated primeval territory. The entrance appeared out of thin air on a slightly flat, mountainous terrain. Ahead was a long landslide that went straight to the bottom of the valley. Continuing forward was a slope that was not too high. Conservatively speaking, if he accelerated downwards, he should be able to fly out from the top. On both sides he could see the continuous mountains. The large and small geometrical objects floating in the sky shot a dazzling light through the geometrical objects, and the shadows cast on the ground seemed to have some kind of meaning. In sight, there was a snowy appearance. Whether it was the mountains, valleys, or icebergs, there were many plants and trees that seemed to have absorbed the power of ice and snow to grow. They also looked like sculptures cast by ice crystals, reflecting the sunlight. The branches of the tall trees were covered with crystal clear icicles, which should be able to cause less than or equal to the damage of a scratch. Running on the trunk, the icicles were densely packed and smashed down. If it was an ordinary person, they might have been directly carried out. Shuang squatted on the ground and plucked an ice crystal-like flower that bloomed very brightly. She tied his long hair and pinned it on his head. Then she pulled Little Shi and pointed at Little Star's hair and laughed. Little Star took a look and shook his head. "It's not suitable." As he spoke, he plucked 2 icicles from the side and hung them on Little Star's hair. Then he divided his long hair into clumps and hung the icicles on them. Shuang Shuang tied his long hair with ice flowers. After a while, the two girls walked around him and nodded in satisfaction. Together, they held a large ice crystal mirror in front of him. Yun Nuashing glanced at it and smiled bitterly. It's like some kind of ghost that crawled out of an ice hole. Ignoring the icicles that made clanking sounds when he walked, he looked around the ice field for a while and did not see anyone. He turned to look at the two girls. Where are they? Aren't they here? They should be in the depths of the domain. The gods are all here. Little Star looked in another direction and pulled him forward. Although the long valley slide at the entrance looked fun, but what the hell? How could there be such a thing in the primeval domain? It was more for entertainment than practicality. Well, since it was someone else's primeval domain, it did not matter how she dealt with it. Anyway, the primeval gods were all optimists, except for a few who had very different styles. In the thousands of miles of frozen world, even the plants that were full of ice crystals appeared cold and lifeless. Moreover, they were in the same domain. It should not be a good place to talk. However, for a group of outsiders who had ignored all kinds of environmental conditions, even if they were to take a bath in lava, it would not affect their conversation. The reason they were here was because Shuang Shuang's reason. Little Star answered straightforwardly. Origin life forms are very rare, especially those that have completely stabilized. The gods are very interested in them. Shuang Shuang is Sister Bing's successor, so they are all gathered here. In short, they were all gathered together to chat and chat. The scenery in the world of ice and snow was also very nice. Walking around with the two girls and chatting from time to time, it was very pleasant. He also wanted to pull down one of the geometric objects floating in the sky to have a look. However, when he remembered that someone was waiting for them, he did not dawdle on the way, lest the playful ice goddess drag the three of them over to torture. Sui Qing had been tortured to the point of wanting to die. With some tragic memories, he did not want to be a plaything. The place that Xiao Shi brought them to was a bit like the huge ice field that he saw when he woke up. It was surrounded by ice peaks like a basin. The ice surface was so smooth that it could be used as a mirror. Yes, it was really a mirror. The ice surface reflected the reflection of the three of them. He had to say that it was fortunate that the two girls were wearing long and well-made clothes, so that they would not have lowered their heads and seen something that they should not have seen. This was also the place with the densest frost aura in the domain. From his energy senses, he could tell that there was a weak energy storm blowing over this basin and above it. All the energy in the domain would gather here from all directions, and then be thrown out again as if it was disrupted, forming a cycle of energy flow. This cycle was as irregular as a convulsion. At this moment, in this place that seemed to be the center of the domain, a large group of people in white light gathered and sat casually on the tables and chairs made of ice. On the other side, there were a few people hanging or sitting on the trees. There were also some lying on the ice pillars. More than 100 people gathered here like a party. Siyu, Blue Phoenix, and Yuan Ji were also here. Looking at this scene, he immediately felt strange. He now had a feeling that as soon as he showed up, he would be strung up. The fear from the last experience had not subsided until now. Ah, Little Star is here. The first one to notice his arrival was Siyu. This girl's shout caused the 100 over people here to turn their heads. Then they were all stunned. The few people who were hanging on the ice trees swayed and almost fell down. Siyu, who had just rushed to little Xingxing happily, was stunned. She saw that his hair was tied up with icicles, covered with ice vines, and even had ice flowers tied to them. It was as if an ice vine had become a spirit. Her gaze became a little strange. Little Xingxing, did you just climb out of the ice hole? Yun Nuashing could not help but turn his head to look at Shuang Shuang and she. But the two of them had already turned their heads away before he could turn his head. He smiled bitterly. It's nothing. Ahem, what are you all doing here? We're waiting for you. Siyu immediately forgot about his strange appearance and pulled him forward with a smile. I got something fun. I just asked she to call you. I didn't expect you to come so soon. Wait, didn't she go to find Shuang Shuang? What does that have to do with me? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He glanced at the heavenly origin gods around him and saw that they were all sitting up. They were all glowing, indicating that they were all very energetic. Seeing this, he felt a strong sense of unease. Siyu smiled mysteriously and pulled him to a block of ice that was framed with colorful energy crystals. Ignoring the bloated bottom half of the block, the front half looked like a full-length mirror. There was a chair in front of the mirror, and Blue Phoenix was sitting on the chair, waving at him with a smile. Blue Phoenix's appearance appeared in the mirror. However, behind her in the mirror, there was a scarlet-pink shadow that seemed to be cast from flowing flames. It was her other form, the form of a phoenix that she had almost never changed. This is a mirror that can reflect one's true nature. Siyu pointed at the mirror and smiled. It was made by Big Sister Bing. Well, just from the first part of the sentence, it was quite obvious who had created this mirror. However, this strange mirror, in addition to the fact that the heavenly origin gods were so curious that they were climbing down from the pillars and trees in an attempt to get closer to take a look. He didn't really want to get too close. Yun Nuoxing thought for a moment and took 2 steps back. I don't want to play. Just as he took 2 steps back, he felt something cold on his shoulder. When he turned around, he saw a white figure with a half-meter long ahog on her head, pushing him forward. She was making a strange sound as she pushed him forward. No, this is specially prepared for you. We are all waiting for you. Yun Nuoxing immediately struggled violently. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. Everything you've made is just to torment me. This thing is no exception. I don't want to go. Shuang Shuang, let go of me. See you, Blue Phoenix, you. Whose side are you on? Speaking of which, don't you all know my true nature? Why? Oh, I don't want to go. After struggling for a long time, Yun Nuoxing was half-hugged and half-pressed into a chair by the 3 girls. As soon as he sat down, he saw the ice mirror in front of him move. His pretty face instantly turned pale, and he immediately screamed in his heart, "My life is over!" None of those strange phenomena happened. His appearance first appeared on the ice mirror, and then it immediately distorted rapidly. It was as if a layer of wind and snow had washed over him. Then the image in the ice mirror quickly changed. There was no reflection of a person or object. It was as if he was looking directly at a whirlpool. It was a whirlpool made of pure white air and clouds. The background was endless and deep darkness. The whirlpool gradually became denser from the outside to the inside, as if something was gathering at the center. Oh, it's really like this. The ice sister with a hog hair walked behind him and crossed her arms over his head. She bent down slightly to look at the image of the white whirlpool on the black background. She sighed in an expected tone. Although I did expect it, it's inevitable that I feel a little distressed when I see it. A chaotic, formless source. Oh, this is troublesome. It's not easy. What do you mean? Yun Nuoxing breathed a sigh of relief when he did not see any fatal abnormalities. Then he rolled his eyes and glanced at her. You all know my true nature. Why do you need to confirm it? Because there is an abnormality. The Ahog god lowered her hand and pinched his face. He explained, yesterday, she told us about the guardian and the alarm clock. She wanted to change the method to see the situation again, but it seems that she failed. Yun Nuoxing said, oh, yesterday I repeated the cause and effect, existence erasure, essence over and over again, but I didn't understand the cause and effect. What's the result? The dorky god shrugged. The essence that is directly projected belongs to the unformed state of chaos, and there is no way to pry into anything. But as far as we thought before, perhaps it has nothing to do with your essence. We just want to check it again with peace of mind. Yun Nuoxing was in a daze for a while. That means the Ahog god spread her hands and sighed. It's a waste of effort. Don't worry. If there is something abnormal, we can definitely find it. Be patient. Chapter 2041. Regardless of the cause and effect of an event, there would always be a clear source for an event or an individual. The source of an event would be the moment when it happened. If the chain of events was pushed back to the very beginning, or to the moment when the creator of the event had just thought of it, then the individual would naturally be the moment when he or she crawled out of his or her mother's womb. It could also be pushed back for a period of time. I won't go into too much detail, but I'll just say this. For everyone here, their source was clearly placed there. The origin, heavenly God source, was at the beginning of the chaos era, when the greater Yuan realm truly split the world apart. Everyone else could easily find their source, and even Frost, who was now a life form of the origin, had memories of when she was growing up as a normal person. In short, everyone was a normal person, and the abnormal had a normal source. Although the memory would take a long time, and one would have to cross the river of time that was close to eternity, they would eventually reach the end and see the scene that was closely related to them. Then, why was it that he couldn't figure it out from top to bottom? In terms of uniqueness, he was not as special as the origin heavenly God and the others. So why? Well, in short, it was very strange. God knew what he had experienced. He had thought that after meeting the origin, heavenly God, and being defined as a derivative of nothingness and origin, his journey of tracing his source had finally come to an end. For a period of time, he had really let go of this matter and stopped thinking about it. But this time, when he came in and the young man said, "Well, you two touched hands and things became a little ridiculous." It was ridiculous. Well, in fact, when he traced his source, he had indeed missed the exploration of his own source. He only knew what he was, but did not delve deeper into the specific situation. He did not know when he had rolled from the origin to the void of order, and did not know how he had wandered around in the mythological era to be killed by them and the chaos concept body with a single slap. This was simply a death by joining in the fun. It did not matter if he knew this part of the situation, because he did not even have any memory fragments left. The only memory he had left was Xianyin, and she was still alive and well. He could have ignored the rest, as there were no memory fragments to extend forward. What was there to pursue, right? But since there was an accident, he had to continue the pursuit. What had happened between him and them? Or rather, between him and her? What had happened in the 33rd era? Something must have happened before the 33rd era. There was a precondition that could even hide from him and the heavenly God of origin at that time, allowing them to achieve the absurd situation of having cause and effect, but not having cause and effect. In the end, what the hell? How could he know what had happened? How could he know when his memory was so cleanly destroyed? Speaking of which, was there really such a thing, a person or person, who could remove something related to them from the heavenly God of origin's hands? Even the chaos concept body could not do it. Forget it, forget it. Let's not delve into this nonsense. Anyway, looking at the course of his life, it was a long, undulating history of disasters and sufferings. That was really the end of his life. The great Yuan realm did not let him go even once. This group of, what were they doing? After they had seen his essence, they were now discussing his essence, strange things and messy things. Siyu and the others were sitting at the side and listening attentively. Sui Foam and Brother Lei were also squatting on the chairs and listening attentively. Where was Sui Foam? Speaking of which, when he first came in, he did not see Sui Foam. He shook his head and finally saw Sui Foam beside Xiao Shi and the others. TSK. This girl is so dirty that she almost blends into the background. I really did not recognize her at first glance. Her long hair is suddenly dyed ice blue. This ice blue headdress, earrings, necklace, and thick ice blue dress makes her look like an incomparably luxurious ice sculpture. At first glance, I would think that a lady from a noble family is getting married. Looking at her face, well, her blue starry eyes have lost their brilliance, and there is a silent and stiff faint smile on her pretty face. It seems that she has been tormented by that silly god to the point that her spirit is about to collapse. He thought for a moment and realized that if he put on this dress, he would not be able to get rid of it completely without using any destructive or unconventional means. On the other hand, Sui Feng might have been tormented for a longer time. What was he thinking just now? Karma. Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. There's no point in talking about it anymore. Let's change the direction. His multicolored eyes stared at the mirror made of ice. The swirl of white clouds on a black background was still spinning slowly, reflecting him. This was his essence, the amorphous, chaotic cloud of the Origin Junior High, which was him now. Perhaps it was because he was always in an amorphous, chaotic state that it was normal for him to change into anything. He thought that he would show his human form at this moment, but he did not expect that his essence was still his essence. Had he not changed from the beginning to the end? Suddenly, he was a little curious about how the original him condensed from the swirl of the Origin Junior High into this form. He remembered the other him he saw in the mirror, the one who was a mixture of origin and chaos. Would they also be sucked into the Origin Junior High and fused into one? No, of course not. They existed independently, just like the 196 origin energies. They mixed and existed independently, and the one who was mixed and died was only him, the carrier. That was the path he chose in the origin chaos. Although he had reached the end of the origin chaos evolution and stopped after mixing with the original light, he had not reached the end of the path. He had also stopped any further plans because he was a little uncertain. He did not know what would happen if he continued using the annihilation energy. Speaking of which, he had unknowingly been entangled with 3 types of annihilation energy. The source of those guys' power could not be eliminated. After all, it was a path he had chosen. He had never explored the annihilation energy from the start, mainly because he was afraid that something would happen. If he accidentally got too excited playing with annihilation energy and suddenly declared his intention to join the chaos void, he would be done for. The chaos laws were well coordinated due to the original light and would not cause a ruckus. As for the order of chaos, forget it. He could not play with that. Once he played with it, he would just pass it. Forget about using the chaos laws and the order of chaos. He did not plan to switch his entire body to the order of chaos. The power of chaos. He gently pressed his hand on the ice mirror in front of him. Previously, he seemed to have said that since most of the underworld maintained order, then to deal with them, the power of chaos was also necessary, right? Using order against order would not be as effective as using chaos against order. It was time to continue on the path of stagnation. While he was still on the shattered continent of origin, where the origin energy was the most active, he should be able to suppress the power of chaos. This was an opportunity that could not be missed. If he could take a few steps forward, he would take a few steps forward. Then let's begin. Even though he had unknowingly promised Shuang that he would take a break during this period of time. But as expected, the nerves in his brain would drift away if he wasn't careful. It was probably because he couldn't stay idle. There were too many things to do, and if that girl wanted to punish him, then he would wait until then. Speaking of which, shouldn't he leave this place first? There were too many people here. So if he suddenly roared, it wouldn't cause them to have a reaction, right? What if they did not see him accurately and slapped him away? Wouldn't that be a wrongful death? Forget it. He had already started moving. On the surface of the ice mirror, the white clouds were slowly dyed with a dull gray color. There seemed to be something wriggling in the dark reflection. In a trance, he seemed to see his own shadow slowly emerging, as if revealing a corner of his essence, telling him what was going on. Well, actually, he did not understand anything. He did not know what it meant. Yes, he did not know. He was just changing his form. Now, with the descent of chaos, the dull gray energy surged into his soul. He brought this energy along with his consciousness to the origin. Hopefully, he would be fine when he returned. The sudden and intense reaction of chaos energy shocked everyone who was talking. They jumped up abruptly. If they didn't know that it was impossible for chaos to attack them in this place, They might have taken out all kinds of weapons. Now that they turned around, they saw the little guy standing in front of the mirror. His entire body was surging with boiling chaos energy. Moreover, there were 3 types of chaos energy. They were shocked and relieved. Oh, they were also a little confused. They knew that the little fellow had chaos energy. He had been hiding it well, other than when he let the origin of chaos evolve. He did not seem to have taken the initiative to use it. Now that he suddenly switched to the chaos form, they did not know what he was trying to do. In the chaos form, the chaos energy occupies the soul and still maintains order. The power that belongs to us hibernates in the depths of the soul. Together with the original light, it protects the soul from being eroded by the chaos energy. The Ahog god looked at him and said slowly. The Ahog on his head turned a few times. Suddenly he laughed. This little fellow is really interesting. But why did he suddenly switch to the chaos form? Is he itching for a practice? Everyone thought carefully about the true meaning of practice. It was basically to watch him tear down the house. Where is Big Sis? Is she not done yet? Your little inheritor seems to be up to something. Hurry up and save the day. Then, under their gaze, the little fellow retreated to a chair and sat down. He closed his eyes and pondered. It seemed that he was brewing the chaos energy. His soul and consciousness floated out. He probably did not intend to go on a rampage. That made everyone feel relieved. They were just about to pounce on the little fellow who seemed to be about to get into trouble. Little Xiao suddenly understood. Ling is planning to explore the power of chaos. He said before that since most of the underworld still maintained order, it is not impossible to use the power of chaos to deal with them. But it is the same the other way around. Sui Qing's teacher could not help but say, "Isn't that too risky?" "Risky, of course it is." Sui Feng looked at Maple, who seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, and smiled bitterly. After a few eras together, he deeply understood Maple's thoughts. But he never thought about others beating him up from the start. He only cares about beating people up. In Maple's most extreme state, when he has complete control of the situation, it would be difficult for others to beat him up except for the chaos concept body. The Lord of the Underworld and other peak, primeval existences should be able to do it. But to be honest, Maple's defense and attack are about the same when he is in rule, concept, energy form. Brother Lei also shrugged. In any case, Brother Feng only thinks about how to push the opponent into nothingness and origin and beat them to death. It's basic. It's very normal. We're already used to it. The gods of origin were speechless. Big Sis's inheritor. He really has the same style as her. Little Star has tried it before, but it is said that it is not difficult to use the power of chaos under normal conditions. The difficult part is to explore the power of chaos under those conditions. Siyu grabbed Blue Phoenix's arm and swung it as she recalled what Little Star had told them. It seems that because this body is not of the order of chaos, it is necessary to resist the erosion of chaos to explore the power of chaos. Now that we are busy with many things, we do not have time to deal with things that affect our state. We will talk about it later. The Ahog god suddenly understood. I see. If that is the case, we don't have to worry about those things if we study in the place where the power is the most concentrated. Then, shall we go and take a look? The group of people gladly agreed and sneakily moved closer. They moved chairs and nestled in a circle. They all looked at the little guy who seemed to be sleeping on the chair. The Ahog god moved closer to look at the mirror and whispered to everyone, "Look at his nature." Oh, I saw it already. A young man in plain clothes pulled out a bamboo hat and put it on his head. He stared at the mirror for a long time and frowned slightly. Has his essence transformed into chaos? Then he turned to Sui Qing, who was slightly revived. Qing, look at me. Do I match? Sui Qing pushed aside the headwear that was blocking her vision and glanced at her teacher. Then she sighed and looked at Sister Bing. Will Feng Ling be okay? And nothing will happen. The Ahog god waved his hand and laughed. He looked around and whispered proudly, "We will guard this place. If little Ling Ling's chaos energy dares to come out and cause trouble, I will eat it raw." See, you whispered to Blue Phoenix and Shuang Shuang. Little Star has another strange nickname. Shuang Shuang was a little annoyed. "Oh, I didn't keep watch," and Little Star went again. "Shuang Shuang, oh Shuang Shuang, your cultivation is still shallow." Siyu sighed and tugged at her long hair. Her eyes were full of pity. "You will know when you cultivate for tens of thousands of years. As long as you want to keep watch on Little Star," Shuang Shuang blinked, "you will be able to keep watch on him. You will find that you can never keep watch on him." Siyu smiled bitterly. "And the more you keep watch on him, the more he will slip to who knows where. Am I right, Blue Phoenix?" "Yes." Feng Qinghuang smiled and nodded. She was playing with a toy that she got from the girl. It was made of 2 pyramids. She used her origin energy to play with it for a while. When she felt tired, she pressed it down and looked at Little Star. "How is it? There's no movement." Siyu braided her hair and raised her head to look at little Xingxing. Right now, there were 3 origin heavenly goddess, including Sister Bing, circling around little Xingxing. They did not know what they were doing, but they probably would not harm little Xingxing, so they could relax. "Oh, the chaos state of the origin is originally a pure state. It will be tainted with order or chaos because of its own subjective consciousness." The Ahog god looked at Ice Mirror, the tuft of hair on its head moving around to attract everyone's attention. It was in the state of order just now, and now it has become chaos, so that's what the purest creation of the origin means. To little Ling Ling, order and chaos are not important. They are both insignificant existences. Whether it is order or chaos, they are just labels on him. In fact, as long as he removes the label, he will return to his original state. Sui Qing whispered, "So that's his origin form." It should be. No, it shouldn't be. Little Ling Ling's origin form is just maximizing the power of the origin to attach to his body. It will take a lot of effort to completely return to the pure state of the origin. The Ahog god shook its head and pulled on a part of its long hair that had turned gray. After all, he is now deeply affected by order, so he will be corroded by chaos. The situation of purity. I'm not too sure. Little Ling Ling is a special case of the origin. If we want to explore it, we will need his cooperation. Let's not disturb him for now. As she spoke, she suddenly thought of something. Siyu and the rest covered their mouths and could not bear to look at her. She pressed her claw into Xiao Ling's stomach and dug around for a while. She pulled out a long sword that looked like it was made of light and a long sword that looked like it was made of surging dark clouds. "I haven't seen you for a while. Even the Dark Curse poem." "Oh, right, you saw Luoing not long ago. That child gave her the Dark Curse poem." Siyu put down the hand that was pinching her face and asked nervously, "Will the Dark Curse poem affect anything?" "Aya, it won't affect anything. It's just that when little Ling Ling continues to explore in her chaos form, they will still stay in her soul and hinder her progress. Let's take them out first." The Ahog god swung the 2 long swords made of energy and looked them up and down for a while before letting out a soft sigh. Then it threw the 2 long swords to another person. "Little soldier, these 2 are broken. Take them and fix them." "Broken?" The god of arms took the rhythm of light and the Dark Curse poem in his hand and studied them for a while. The light on his body dimmed a little, and he sighed helplessly. The effect of the soul's silence. The structure is indeed damaged. Even the concept-level structure is almost empty. It's not easy to fix either. There's no way to awaken the dormant soul now. A certain god in a bamboo hat subconsciously said, "Doesn't the little one have our world core? That concept-level space can't be fixed." The 12 creations of the 3rd generation cannot be fixed with the concept-level space. The god of arms sighed and looked at him, a little speechless. From the start, we have treated them as special life forms. They are also our children with their own souls and consciousness. The concept level space can't handle the restoration of souls. Have you gone senile? This. He pressed his bamboo hat down a few times and laughed bitterly. I really forgot. TCH. I didn't ask you to completely fix them. The Ahog god waved his hand and crouched down to continue studying Shaoling. Suddenly, he took out some makeup tools, causing Sui Qing's body to stiffen and her breathing to stagnate as she awkwardly took a few steps back. The dormant soul must have been injured when we fought the chaos concept body and helped to suppress it in recent years. It's not that easy to awaken it. Besides, they're tired, let them rest. Since Shaoling just wants to attack at full power, we just have to repair them to the point where they can use their normal power. We don't even need to repair concept-level powers, because they can't be used. At this stage, concept-level powers can be complemented by the Staff of Origin and the Staff of Creation. The Ahoy god chuckled as his hands danced on Shaoling's face. His smile gradually turned perverted. I've wanted to do this for a long time. If not for Big Sister, by Shaoling's side, he. The heavenly gods of Origin were speechless. You'd better stop before Big Sister is free, or you'll be buried at the bottom of the lake as a corpse. This love-struck laughter. Look at how scared Sui Qing is. Aha! Guys, what are you playing at? A loud voice suddenly rang out from the icy plains. Everyone turned their heads in unison and saw a guy carrying a shield and his family's inheritor come over. Why is it so lively here? Oh, what's wrong with the little one? Why did she suddenly enter the chaos concept body? Should we prepare to save her in the sanctuary of creation? Is it still the same bed? When Siyu and the others heard this, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. The moment he opened his mouth, he said that he was trying to save them. The bed was already familiar with the situation. They seemed to know where little Xingxing's resentment came from when he said those words. Every time he came in, he would suffer. If he wasn't strung up, he would be moved around. He was probably already familiar with the situation. Hui yawned and hurriedly went up to Siyu and the rest. What's wrong with your little star? Why is she suddenly like this? How many things have I missed out on? It's okay. There's no need to be so surprised. The bamboo hat god took off his bamboo hat and fanned himself as he explained, Our power is the strongest in this place, and the little one is taking the opportunity to study the power of chaos. It's just that she didn't let us know, which gave us a fright. Hearing this, the young man said, Oh, and walked up to them unhurriedly. He looked at the little one who had been beautified to the point where she was frowning with worry. After a moment of silence, he said, You guys are doing something crazy when she's not here, right? The heavenly gods of Origin hurriedly shook their heads and moved the tables and chairs back a distance away. They waved their hands vigorously and said, No, this has nothing to do with us. This is all Little Star's doing. We're just onlookers. I hereby solemnly declare that I am deaf and blind. I didn't hear or see anything. What Little Star said and did has nothing to do with me. If there is an accident, it's purely an accident. The young man shook his head and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing that everyone had moved back 7 or 8 meters, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. I didn't say anything. I just asked a question. Siyu and the rest went up to Sui Qing and her teacher and asked curiously, Little Star uses the power of chaos. Don't you guys feel repulsed? Repulsed? The bamboo hat god was stunned for a moment. He turned to look at Siyu and shook the bamboo hat in his hand. What's there to be repulsed about? Isn't this question just a stupid question about the righteous and evil in the world? I don't even need to answer this question. I can just ask you guys directly. Your family's, what's her name again? Little Ling Ling. Just use this. Your family's little Ling Ling is always going back and forth between order and chaos. Why don't I see you guys running away in panic? He suddenly opened his hands. Come, tell me your most sincere answer. Just as everyone was thinking about how to answer, Siyu immediately answered with a smile. Because she's little star. Ah, what a simple answer filled with emotions. The bamboo hat god was stunned for a moment before he laughed lightly. Order and chaos, in the end, are just two trends after the birth of the primordial realm. Going down, it's the power of two trends. That's all. What we see and encounter are just lives and individuals themselves. The things we touch are also corresponding to the individual, and not purely based on power or a certain concept. Of course, what did Little Ingling say? The group of chaos on the other side deserves to die, and so does the group of idiots who join the order of chaos. Generally speaking, this is the philosophy we have been fighting for more than 300 eras. Just like how order is against chaos, chaos will also be against order. But there are exceptions to everything, isn't there? Just like that little angel girl. She's chaos, but she chose order. Is there a conflict of identity? Is there a conflict of innate positions? There's no conflict. As long as there's no enmity or a fight immediately upon meeting, then there's no problem. The enmity between order and chaos is innate. Although it's already at this stage and anger and hatred have been unleashed, we're not the kind of people who kill everything indiscriminately. When we went on an expedition to the void of chaos, we didn't directly exterminate the chaos beings we found there. There's no need to do so, unless they want to cause trouble. These answers are already in your hearts, aren't they? Why ask them again? Siyu stuck out her tongue and pulled Qing, Huang, a little bashfully. Because it's you guys, the worry that comes from not knowing. Well, I think many people will feel the same way. Sui Feng made the most straightforward comment. If there's a chance, when you get familiar with each other, you'll know that the venerable gods are actually a bunch of indecent people. Otherwise, why would they teach such a bunch of unreliable people like us? The venerable god in the bamboo hat gave them both a thumbs up. If they could see his face, they would see that he was laughing heartily. Regarding this, everyone's comment was, "Birds of a feather flock together." Hui suddenly thought of a problem. They had now joined the big family of the Origins. But considering that they were already unreliable and indecent from a long time ago, well, he could now announce that this bunch of indecent and unreliable people had joined the highest standard of indecent life gathering. This was the taste of home. Chapter 2042. The rest of their time in the broken continent of Origin was relatively peaceful. They were brought here by accident, but this accident came at the right time. For them, a group of unreliable inheritors, there was nothing more important than listening to the teachings of the heavenly god of Origin and the others. Anyway, there was nothing more important at the moment. The most important thing was Maple's advancement into the primeval realm, but it was obvious that this matter was blocked and there was no room for discussion. Although the disappearance of a group of people without a word might worry the people at the Void frontline, probably not. Little Greenie would be able to keep an eye on the situation. Well, it was no big news for them to have an accident on their side anyway. It would be more worrying if nothing happened after a while because it meant that something bigger was brewing, and when the time came, it would blow up 3 times in a row. Time passed quietly. Time passed quietly. Other than the occasional gathering, everyone was working hard on their origin energy. Sui Feng and the other 3 seemed to be trying to reach 60%. As for the rest, they were not in a hurry. They would be able to catch up after some time. Although time passed quietly, it had only been 2 days since they came to the broken continent of Origin. However, in these 2 days he felt like he had been working for 2 months. He felt like he had never worked so hard before. Well, that was probably the truth. Normally, Maple was the one who was busy and he was the assistant. The path to the primeval stage was also blocked because of the seal, so he could not rush it. Looking at it from top to bottom, he was basically a person who had nothing to do. However, ever since he obtained the origin energy, he had been busy. He also understood why Maple was so busy all day long, and wished that he could use 1 day as a year. Working on the origin energy was really time-consuming. Oh, that's right, Maple's little angel girl had come out. They weren't worried about this at all. Since Maple's goddess had personally taken action, there shouldn't be any problems. And the result was just as they expected. After one day, that little angel girl was now emitting a pure aura of order. Apart from that, there doesn't seem to be any changes. See, you circled the little angel twice and pinched her spread wings. He looked at her up and down. There really isn't any change at all. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any exaggerated changes after completing such a big thing, right? Then it will cause some commotion, such as some crackling or rumbling sounds. The little angel's gently flapping wings froze. She looked at Siyu in horror. Are you trying to set me off like a firework? No, I just feel that there should be some movement. Siyu pulled her arm and smiled. The young man glanced at the little angel and turned to the little angel who was covering her mouth as if she was yawning. He whispered, so smooth, I thought it would be more difficult. After a long while, she exhaled and looked at the little angel and calmly replied, the road ahead has already been paved. She's just one step away. I'm just providing a suitable and safe way to help her. The path ahead. Oh, the young man murmured. She had been around the little one for a long time and had already been tainted with their breath. Coupled with her own progress in seeking this result, she had long been prepared. She was already at the end of the road and only needed the last step to cross the threshold to change from chaos to order. Well, actually, they had their own way, but the little one was not too willing to gamble after encountering such a thing. So they just let her be prepared all the time until she was really ready to cross that step. Now that there was a better way here, naturally there was no need to worry about that. She looked around and did not see him. She then asked the person beside her, where is he? Oh, he's... The young man was about to answer, but he suddenly paused. He covered his forehead with his hand and took a deep breath. She also felt strange seeing him like this. What's wrong? The little one is, The young man smiled bitterly and shuddered for a while. He did not know what he was thinking. After a while, he decided to tell the truth. He raised his hand and pointed at a place. He is at the ice field. Well, at Bing Bing's place. She was slightly stunned. After a few seconds of silence, the young man was so scared that he was sweating all over. She then said, why is he at her place? It's like this. After briefly explaining the situation of the 2 days that she and the angel girl were missing, the young man spread his hands. In short, we did not move the little one. We also looked at him for the whole day yesterday. When we felt that there was nothing wrong, we dismissed ourselves. Only Bing Bing and her new child were left there to look after him. After that, we went to check on the situation once in a while. We heard that you were done, so we thought to come and have a look. To be honest, she felt a little strange when she heard that he was left at the place of that immoral and somewhat ridiculous guy. Based on their more than 300 eras of familiarity, she did not even need to think much to know how he would be treated when he was left there while meditating. However, she continued to stare at the young man and was silent for a while. Since they did not intend to stop it, it could be considered as a deliberate move. She let out a long sigh and walked towards the table and chairs in the manner. As long as you are happy. Just don't wake me up when he wakes up and finds that his appearance has changed and wants to tear something. The young man smiled bitterly. It's really not, it's because of that guy. He can't stop it alone, and everyone is obviously going to watch the show. What can he do? He can only look and clap his hands and cover his eyes to show that he is blind. I don't think so. Look at how grand he is every day, as if he is going to the auditorium. I don't think he cares about this, right? Probably. What if? Seeing the young man walking down the stairs with her, he was puzzled. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with it? Oh, it's nothing. It has nothing to do with the angel girl. I'm thinking about the little one. The young man smiled and waved his hand. About Maple? Hui sat down casually and poured a cup of tea. He then turned around and looked at them curiously. After 2 days of contact, he was completely aware that the gods of origin were just like the ones he had met in the past 2 days. They were not as rigid, serious as he remembered. Instead of talking about how to kill chaos, the gods of origin preferred to sit down and chat with the children, talk about the things of their era, and pay attention to the mental health and growth of the children and the new children. At the same time, they all expressed their headaches to a certain observer. Ah, Maple's existence is a ridiculous anomaly. There's no one else who can make all 146 heavenly gods of origin feel headaches at the same time. This situation is truly unprecedented and will never be repeated again. Well, the gods of origin said it themselves. Yesterday, Sui Qing's teacher said, "The Yuan realm and order have been born for more than 300 eras, and we have never seen a guy who makes us feel a headache like this. No wonder he is the inheritor of Big Sister. He is just like her. No, he is even more troublesome than her." Then, a group of white shadow people nodded vigorously. Suddenly, there was only light and shadow left on the scene. Hui and the others' expressions became funny. In other words, he felt that Maple was more of a headache than the chaos concept body in the hearts of the origin, heavenly god, and the others. Well, the former was a bigger headache than the latter, and it was a bigger headache than the latter. Well, in short, they were indeed a group of optimists. Moreover, perhaps it was because he had met them across time, he did not feel that they were as strict as Sui Fong and the others usually said. Instead, he could see that they could not wait to teach them everything at once. But they were a group of weaklings with limited brain capacity, so they could only do it step by step. The young man could not help but smile bitterly under Huey's gaze. He waved his hand and said, "It's okay. It's not a big problem. We will take care of him. Don't worry. Compared to this, have you all lost your mind? Shouldn't you, deal with the next step? Oh, it's time. Hurry up." "See," you exclaimed as soon as she heard that. She dragged the little angel and Blue Phoenix and ran toward the ice field, leaving only the 3 of them sitting there. We could not help but feel a little stressed when facing 2 gods of origin alone. Ross's inheritor. The young man held his chin and watched Siyu and the others leave. He sighed softly and said, "This little girl is also a headache, although she is not as difficult as that little guy. Is it enough to only rely on the things related to Ross? Even if we help her from the side, we can only help to deal with the parts that are not bound. As for the characteristics and special situations of those parts, well, we can only let her figure it out herself. Don't worry." She took a sip of tea and calmly replied, "If Ross's divine symbol can be repaired, it will naturally be able to make up for the missing part." "Oh, that broken staff," the young man said. Suddenly, he reached out and patted Huey's shoulder. "Sigh, it's a pity that all of our things have been burned to ashes. There is nothing special or targeted that can be left for you to use." Huey scratched his head and said, "I don't think it's a big deal. Originally, I accidentally came here. Well, it was very unexpected. I have been busy dealing with the power of origin. It saved me a lot of time, so I am satisfied. Everything that I have obtained is priceless." After saying that, he laughed dryly and said, "It would have been better if I had waited until I reached the higher level before coming here. Sigh, greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. This part of greed is not incomprehensible. After all, who would be able to settle down when there are stars of death hanging over their heads?" The young man shrugged and said, "These things are the mess that we left behind. We feel that it is not appropriate to force you to take over and deal with it. However, since things have come to this, we can only try to help you, even if the extent is limited. So have you rested well? It is time to move on to the next step." He turned his head and spat out the tea. He could not see the young man's face, but he had a feeling that the young man was smiling evilly. He could not help but smile bitterly. "I haven't. Okay, I am ready." "Yes," the young man said. "Don't lie to yourself if you are not ready." No, I am not." He took a deep breath and patted his face with both hands. Then he picked up a cup of hot tea and splashed it on his face to wash it. He nodded and said, "Yes, I am really ready." "Okay." The young man smiled bitterly and shook his head. This was also a stubborn child. It was a little forced, but it was still within the acceptable range. Maple had already told them their main goal after coming here. Before they left, they had to do their best. Do their best. Well, there was nothing wrong with saying that. In short, they just had to give it their all. However, listening and digesting the lessons had to be done according to the cycle and time. Even if some things were forced into their minds, they still had to give their minds some time to rest. In their free time, they would wander around the shattered continent of origin. For example, the misty forest in the east that occupied 1/3 of the continent of origin. They would get lost in it for half an hour and return to the entrance or something. After many attempts to confirm that they would not be able to reach the interior, they let out a sigh of relief and gave up on the idea. Even Siyu, who never got tired of getting lost more than a dozen times, gave up on the idea and walked to other places. No wonder Little Star said to never go to that forest. Siyu couldn't help but mutter. The young girl who was walking beside them sighed when she heard that. "I told you guys a long time ago. A bunch of stinky men built a strange place, like planting trees. There are only clouds and fog inside. You would get lost just by walking 2 steps inside and outside. Who would build such a terrible place? A place where you can't go back once you leave the house." She clapped her hands and shouted to the children, "Come, come, I'll show you the place I built. It's fun there." Shuang couldn't help but say, "We've been there before. We only came here after we went there." "Ah, is that so? Okay then." Shuang's tone and her shoulders drooped weakly. It was as if she had prepared a surprise with great difficulty and was about to take it out, only to be told that she already knew about it. It was very depressing. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The place that she just prepared was actually already prepared yesterday. They went there to take a look when they were free and relaxed. It had to be said that the scene set up by the young girl was indeed more suitable for normal people to walk around. The dreamy scenery, the cliff, the sea of flowers, the lake, and the river of stars. Little Angel went for a walk and came out. It took her a lot of time just to comb her pair of wings, and they were all covered in petals. The scene set up by the young girl must have millions of flowers. One only needed to take a step inside to see millions of flowers swaying in the wind, sprinkling endless petals. Oh, right, according to the young girl, she actually adjusted the growth rate of the garden so that they could see such a dreamy scene every time. Otherwise, when the wind blew, there would only be a bare patch left. It was very realistic. The rest time passed quickly as they walked around. Perhaps it was because there was one less person beside them, but they could always remember that they didn't come to the broken continent of origin for sightseeing. After a good rest, they had to continue tormenting themselves. Unknowingly, they had also gotten used to this kind of routine. Although it seemed more relaxing to go back and forth between 2 things as compared to in the observer space, it was actually more torturous. After all, everything here was related to origin. To put it bluntly, they could stay busy in the observer space all the time, but in the continent of origin, they had to stop every once in a while. Otherwise, they would be tortured to death. Time also passed day by day like a spinning top. Unknowingly, well, they had even forgotten how many days had passed since they accidentally walked into this place. They were so busy that they couldn't remember the time, but it shouldn't be more than 8 days or 10 days. Maple, that guy, would obediently stay there for a few days after he closed his eyes. Every day when they went to check on him, they would see him sitting there in a different pattern. He was just like a rag doll. There was no need to ask. This was definitely someone's masterpiece. They had already gotten used to it and were numb to it. They had never been so worried about Maple's image before. Even Sui Ching couldn't help but cast a sympathetic look at Maple. Now, they could only hope that he wouldn't think of anything strange when he woke up. looking at the swirling and boiling chaos energy that was still changing little by little. It would probably take a lot of time. When she woke up in a daze, what came into her sight was a darkness that isolated her from the surroundings. It was as if she was covered by a small black cover. The visibility was only 5 meters. Beyond 5 meters, it was completely dark. In other words, in a pure dark environment, there was a ray of starlight that was focused on her. She could only see everything within a radius of 5 meters around her. Of course, most of the things that she could see were the ground. Nothing else could be seen. Shuang Shuang scratched her long hair that was a little messy from sleep. She looked around the dark scene, took a light breath, and muttered, "Woke up early?" She yawned and lay down. Then, she immediately bounced up and looked around carefully. Her eyes widened slightly. The sudden movement startled Siyu, who was sleeping with her arm around Shuang Shuang's arm. She also jumped up in a daze and looked around with her eyes closed. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" "The sky is falling and the earth is sinking." "Little star exploded." "Shuang Shuang." "Little star is fine. Let's not talk about this. Look here." Siyu rubbed her eyes and reluctantly rolled her eyelids. After a glance, she yawned and lay down on the sea of flowers. "Oh, it's still early. Let's sleep a little more. My head is dizzy. I stayed up all night last night. I don't feel well." Shuang Shuang smiled bitterly. She pulled Siyu up and looked at the darkness around her. She could not help but frown. "Look carefully. The land of origin will not become like this at night. And it should be morning now. I keep feeling that something is wrong. Let's go to the central palace and have a look." "Oh." Siyu was half paralyzed. After being pulled for a while, she simply hung herself on Shuang Shuang's body. "Oh, take me there. Dizzy. Headache. No, I can't look anymore. There are too many things. My head is full." For a moment, it was hard to tell whether Siyu was crying or talking in her sleep. She had tortured herself until she could not take it any more before falling down to sleep. Just like a little star, she had been led astray by him. Although Shuang Shuang felt that she had no right to criticize Siyu, the flickering crimson, pink flame suddenly appeared in front of her eyes like a weak candle in the wind. First, she saw a pair of legs appear at the edge of the darkness. Then, she saw Qing Huang coming in. Qing Huang was relieved when she saw them. "Fortunately, we were all together last night. I just walked a little further, and I almost couldn't find you. Do you know what happened?" "I don't know. I just woke up." Shuang Shuang shook her head. She tried to look for the others through soul communication, but let alone looking for them, they could not even sense more than 5 meters away. The darkness here seemed to have swallowed something. Feng Qing Huang pushed the flame in her hand into the darkness. It was only a meter or two before it dimmed and almost disappeared. She could not help but frown. The light, the energy, something is erasing it. Will this happen in the land of origin? Shuang Shuang murmured to herself. Then she shook her head. "Forget it. It's useless to talk about it. Let's go back to the palace." Feng Qing Huang nodded. She took 2 steps forward and then paused. She turned around and looked at Shuang Shuang. "How do we go?" "Shuang Shuang." "Ah, this is bad. In a situation where they can't see anything and can't touch anything, to accurately find the palace located in the center of such a big origin continent is really a bit. Moreover, there are quite a lot of terrains on the origin continent. There are ups and downs, big and small places, but in the current situation where they can't even see the ground from 5 meters away, they might completely lose their sense of direction the moment they fly up and can't even find the ground." Although they did not think that anything would happen in the land of origin, the endless darkness still made them feel uncomfortable. They had stayed here for a few days and heard about the land of origin from the gods of origin. They also heard about the situation of the land of origin from the elder sister. However, they did not hear about such a phenomenon. Perhaps this was not a natural phenomenon in the land of origin. Anyway, the only reason they were not worried now was that there were 146 gods of origin here. Even if they were just shadows, they were not ordinary shadows. Nothing would happen. If something could happen in this place, the void of order would have been pierced into a hole. After thinking about it, they looked at each other and calmly sat down. If they wandered around now, they might end up in some strange place. It was better to wait for the honorable gods to pick them up and bring them back. Ah, you're here. I've finally found you. They did not have to wait for long before they heard a voice. A figure flashing with blue light descended into the darkness, causing the darkness to recede a little. The elder sister was slowly walking out of the darkness. She stretched out her hand and put it on them. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Now everyone is here. Let's go back first." Shuang Shuang and the others had just responded when the scene in front of them changed abruptly. The white palace appeared in their sight. The vast manor was lit up with origin energy as candles to dispel the darkness. A large group of gods of origin sat on chairs and benches. When they saw them appear, they raised their hands and waved. Seeing the situation here, they all breathed a sigh of relief. If it was not for the darkness outside the manor, they might have really thought that this darkness was an ordinary night scene. Oh, everyone is here. It's lucky that we did not wander around and end up in some strange place. The young man waved at them and turned his head to look at Hui and the others. After counting the number of people, he nodded and said, "Well, everyone is here. Now we can rest assured." Rest assured. Shuang Shuang and the others quickly came over and looked around. However, they did not find the familiar figure. They could not help but ask, "But where is Little Star? What happened here?" "Ah, about that. You don't have to worry about the little one. She is with the little one." The young man sat down and took a sip of tea. He sighed and said, "As for the unusual darkness in this place, I will speak slowly. Sit tight and calm down. This is the domain of chaos." The group of people, except the gods of origin, slipped off their chairs and onto the ground. When they got up, their expressions were so frightened that it was as if the world was about to be destroyed. If it was not for the young man waving his hand to indicate that he had more to say, they might have answered the call and prepared for battle. As for the domain, it was created by the little one in your house. Everyone, Hasn't he been studying the power of chaos these few days? The young man calmly sipped his tea and looked up slightly at the thick darkness outside. It seems that he has figured out something. Good boy, he has directly figured out the domain of chaos. Why do I feel a little awkward? I'm not happy. The young girl could not help but mutter and pound the ground with her little fist. The ground of the manor shook as if there was an earthquake. We were clearly here first. He has not even touched the domain of origin, but he has already grasped the domain of chaos. Ugh, I'm not happy. The gods of origin all looked up and sighed. I'm not happy. Hui and the others were dumbfounded as they looked at the gods of origin covering their faces, slapping their heads and strangling their necks. They felt a little silly, but silly. Their expressions were frozen. Hui hurriedly said, I think I can explain about the domain of chaos." Suifeng also suddenly remembered and hurriedly explained, "Actually, it's like this." At once, the group of them explained how a certain observer had beaten up all the high-ranking combatants of the Void frontline in the domain of origin after being transformed into chaos. He even almost killed a certain guardian with a single slash. In the end, Shuang Shuang gave a summary. The domain of chaos was cast by the concept body of chaos through his body, so he was imprinted with the domain of chaos in advance. The young man did not know whether to laugh or cry as he patted his stomach. This is nothing. This is so infuriating. They were naturally happy that the little one had grasped more power, but the domain, it was a very representative thing. The fact that he had grasped the domain of chaos first made them. They were just unhappy. Of course, it was not that they were unhappy with the little one, but they were extremely unhappy with the concept body of chaos that had interfered and insisted on doing something. Damn it, if they could, they really wanted to flip open their coffins and fight with them. Chapter 2043. They had been keeping an eye on that little fellow for a very long time. Ever since he came into contact with their powers, they had been keeping an eye on him. If they had to put it into words, they had been observing that little fellow through the unknown future since the beginning of the 33rd era. They had been anticipating and waiting for a very long time. Although most of the reason was related to her, they were also curious about that little fellow. Just like that, they had been observing him for an unknown number of years until they dispersed and turned into shadows. After a series of accidents and arrangements had been triggered, they had finally crossed over time and met each other here. Although they were just shadows, the little one in front of them was a living being, so it did not affect them much. After all, the main forces of this era and this era were not them, but the little one. The wandering spirits only needed to watch from behind. They watched, and waited. Occasionally, some fragments would come in from the outside, and through the little one, they would understand what was happening outside and see what he was busy with. Sometimes, too many fragments would come in, and they would see the little one with a little gloominess, a little resistance, and a little concern on his face. He would talk to them reluctantly, and in the end, the gloominess on his face would disappear without them knowing. Every time he saw the little one's expression, he would be happy for half a day. How should he put it? His brothers and sisters were very concerned about the little one. As for the reason, it was because of her a group of true brothers and sisters who had endured more than 300 eras of war together and had finally calmed down for a while. When they had the time to turn around and think about the things that had happened over the years, they realized that no matter how many years had passed, she was the only one who had never changed. With their relationship, it was impossible for them not to notice it. However, they did not have a way to solve it. Therefore, when they finally knew that someone would appear beside her in the distant future, it was obvious that all of them were excited. They were all guessing what kind of little one the discussion would be, to actually get her attention, well, except for her. She was excited for 3 days. Well, 300 eras of waiting in exchange for 3 days of excitement, and that was it. All right, he knew that she was also very happy. It was true. The time she spent with the little one was the busiest time of her long life. Although she was not as indifferent as she was in the new era, she was at least a little more active. Occasionally, he could see a little change in her emotions, although she was still very indifferent. What he wanted to say was, he had already said that. No, he wanted to say that he had digressed. Anyway, everyone was very concerned about the little one from then on. Later, when they found out that he had unintentionally touched all of their powers, they were even more concerned. After all, theoretically speaking, this was a matter of breaking the lower limit of the void, which made them very curious, and he could not say the latter part, or the little one would think that they were trying to strangle him up again. In short, they were very interested and curious. When they found out that he still had the power of chaos in him, they were even more agitated, complicated, and at a loss. Finally, after calming down and discussing it, they felt that it should not be a big deal. It was just 2 types of chaos. Now it was 3 types, and the little one clearly had no intention of using them to transform the source of his power. He just threw them in a corner in case of emergency, and used them on the spot when he needed them. That made them feel that the 3 types of chaos were basically not a threat. How could these 3 things defeat their 147 types of power? No, it was 196 types. 196 against 3. Under the situation where he was subjectively biased towards the former, and deliberately put the latter aside, how could he lose with such a huge advantage? He could win by directly riding on their faces. What was the use of chaos corruption? The little one still held on and did not join the chaos void, then it was a bam. Then they really did not expect that before he could volunteer to join the chaos void, he had already mastered the small chaos domain. Prototype. Simplified. Simple. Needs improvement. They did not know why, but they felt a little heart-wrenching. They felt that the 3 types of powers were mocking them across the air, and they were laughing extremely presumptuously. Their laughter gradually became unbridled and twisted. Their feelings were so complicated. It was as if they had waited for more than 300 eras and watched a tree that had just bloomed and bore fruit for more than 10 eras. And in the end, the first fruit that bore was actually, his mind was in a mess. It was a little, although he knew that the little one did not intend to get too deeply involved with chaos, but he chose to use this kind of power because it was necessary. The chaos domain was indeed the most effective against order, even if it was just a small chaos domain. Prototype, it would still have obvious effects. It was only because it was necessary to do so. They could understand, but it was very heart-wrenching. Understanding and heart-wrenching were two different things. My heart is a little uncomfortable. Although it is actually good news for him. We do need this power to deal with the underworld at the present stage, but this news... The girl stood up and spread her arms exaggeratedly, drawing a huge circle in front of her. It's so sad, my heart hurts. Sui Qing's teacher took off his bamboo hat to fan himself. After 300 eras, it finally sprouted, and then another dozen eras it finally bloomed and bore fruit, only for the fruit to be corrupted by the other side. So depressing, so unhappy. The Ahog god tugged at the tuft of Ahog on his head and muttered, "But we can't do anything about it. The origin domain can't be given to him just because we want to. The chaos concept body is in direct contact with him in the real world. And here, we are just a bunch of fragments that can only watch the show. Now, it's even proven that he did not inherit our power, but just accidentally touched it, and accidentally created a miracle. The origin domain can only wait for him to figure it out himself. However, with the broken conditions and the incomplete nature, and with Xiao Lingling being restricted in every aspect, it's hard to say if he could figure out our domain. The probability is not high, but it's still possible." Sigh. The Empyrean gods of origin could not help but sigh. It was precisely because they knew that they felt even more heartbroken, sensing the strange atmosphere. Hui and the others kept their mouths shut, not daring to say a word. They put on awkward but polite smiles as cold sweat dripped from their heads. They did not expect that the Empyrean gods of origin would care so much about this matter. Well, it was understandable when they thought about it. There were not many things that they cared about in the first place, and it was rare for them to meet a fellow that they were interested in and wanted to observe properly. Even so, they allowed the other side to interfere and even beat them to the ground. If it were them, they would have charged over with their 1,000,000-strong army and beat them to the ground if they could beat them. Well, it was not some friendly news anyway. Overall, it was actually good news, but the news itself was not friendly, which was why it was a little heart-wrenching. Come to think of it, I've always been curious about that. Sui Qing spoke softly, causing the gloomy atmosphere to fade a little. Seeing that the other gods and everyone else had turned around, she continued softly, "Why is Feng Ling able to use the chaos energy that he has touched?" Hui was also puzzled. I only heard from Maple himself that the chaotic energy that he had touched left some traces in his body. That part of the traces will not continue to erode or change anything. If you touch it with energy, it will turn the energy into chaotic energy, but the traces themselves will not weaken or change. Well, yes, the nature is like the source of energy. If you want to, you can use this part of the source of energy to transform your energy source into chaotic energy, and then you can study a lot of characteristics of the chaotic energy. When that happens, you will be able to see the scene of Feng Ling creating 1,000,000 energy derivatives rampaging around. Everyone was speechless, thinking about that scene carefully. 1 law, order, energy form. 2 law, order, energy form. 3, 1,000,000 observers rampaging around. That was simply, no, something was going to happen to the void. That should also be a special situation. The Ahog god lifted his head and looked at them. Originally, as long as a life form of order comes into contact with their power, even if it is just a remnant of their power, the nature of order will be greatly affected. If you are not careful, you will be dragged to the side of the chaos order. Thus, during the war back then, the protection of order was of the utmost importance. You have also come into contact with the power of the chaos concept body, but most of it was negligible. Furthermore, your own defenses of order will be able to handle it. After all, they're not in their original form, so they will not be able to cause so much damage. At the mention of this, we immediately remembered something. The divine shadow race. Everyone was stunned. What? Probably only see you. Feng Qing Huang, little angel, and Jing Yuanji knew the specifics. Hui then told them about the unlucky race that had been sprayed with the energy of the chaos concept body. An entire race. Ah, that's the thing that Shaoling was talking about. That's the name. The Ahog god slapped his forehead. We only heard about it later. We know that Shaoling came into contact with a shadow of the chaos concept body, but we don't know the name of this unlucky race because we didn't pay much attention to it. The situation is, as you said, that is the corrosive power of the chaos concept body. Those who were the first to be corroded were able to endure it and not let themselves become chaos derivatives. Their perseverance is extraordinary. Hui scratched his head. Although they went crazy in the end, they stayed in the void front lines and were torn apart by the abyss death fog. The Ahog god shrugged. What you know is one of the many situations. When order is not strong enough and its defenses are not strong enough, it will be corroded by the power of the chaos concept body. But for people like Shaoling who have come into contact with the power of the chaos concept body many times, even if they are not in control and are not very active, they should not casually come into contact with the power of the chaos concept body. Once they come into contact with it, there will be trouble. He was even directly corroded twice, and the defenses of order were almost torn apart. With Shaoling's realm, it should be the most dangerous situation. Even with the initial light, it should not be able to escape the fate of being corroded. Even if the corrosion did not succeed immediately, it would be completed bit by bit in the future. But in reality, from the beginning of the corrosion stage, after reaching a certain level, his order did not change anymore. He would not get close to the chaos concept body and would defend that part of order to prevent it from changing. Later on, when he came out of the corrosion stage, he did not even need to go through purification to escape the risk of being corroded. That's right, it's ridiculous. Mr. Sui, a frontline warrior in the void who had watched the entire process, nodded vigorously in response. I don't know if it's because he stabbed himself and threw all the chaos energy away. Ah, he really stabbed himself in the back. Ouch, it hurts, my stomach hurts. The Empyrean gods of origin were speechless. This little fellow was really ruthless when it came to himself. Hui added, that's right, he didn't even come into contact with that light the first time, and it happened in the realm of the gods. Then, the Ahog god seemed to take a deep breath. It's even harder to imagine. Perhaps it has to do with Shaoling's essence. The nature of source origin. Even though we know that Shaolingling is a derivative of source origin, the nature of source origin in her body is still unclear. Source origin itself doesn't have any special characteristics that can cause abnormalities. There are only a few simple characteristics that shouldn't affect the order. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but the origin's essence has always been vague in this little fellow. The youth said, holding his chin and spreading his hands, his words a little muddled. I don't know if it's because we haven't figured it out, or because she's a derivative of the origin that's different. That can't be right. How could it be different right after it was born? Anyway, the Ahog god stood up, pressing on the table. After encountering Shaoling, the power of the chaos concept body failed to erode her twice. It might have something to do with the realm of the gods, her essence, or the power we left behind, of course. It might all be related. Everyone was speechless. It was a mess when all those factors were put together. It's really messed up. The Ahog god rubbed his forehead and laughed bitterly. Anyway, The two erasures, with Xiao Ling actively touching and retrieving at once, count as one erasure. From the results, we can see that all three erasures failed. Both times, Order's defenses were broken, but Order wasn't damaged or changed. It might have something to do with, anyway, there are a lot of things. However, it's the first time I've seen something left behind after failing to erode. In the past, it's not like we've never seen Order life forms that were erased, but did not become chaos derivatives. After they returned to normal, Order was destroyed without exception, and the degree to which Order would shift towards chaos varies depending on the degree and time of the erasure. Up until now, we've never seen Order life forms that could return to their original state after being completely erased by the chaos concept body. Xiao Ling, he's not completely erased because Order and rules did not shift at all. Huey's face was calm. He was already used to this, especially used to this kind of situation. Anything that fell on Maple would turn into something new. Again, Maple had too many things on him. Each of them could be an unstable factor, and all of them involved a lot of things. This made it possible for anything to happen. Sometimes, when something happened, it was not possible to immediately find out what it was related to. Didn't you guys talk about this problem in detail before? The youth looked at his new inheritor and could not help but ask. Hui covered half of his face and replied with a bitter smile. TSK, what are we talking about? We don't know how to talk about it. Even Feng himself is very muddle-headed. Whether it was when he rarely encountered these things before, or when he encountered these things later on, he couldn't figure it out. The matter between you guys and those ink blobs was too difficult for us to deal with. We had to rely on guessing when we discussed it, and in the end, we couldn't even be bothered to care about what it was. Feng said that it could be used, and that was enough. No matter what it is, if you come to my place, you have to pay me rent. That's basically it. Whatever sins of the world, origin energy, annihilation energy, whatever it is, as long as you enter it, you have to use it. When they heard this, the heavenly gods of origin did not know whether to laugh or cry. This little fellow really did not reject anything and had no scruples. Any normal person who saw a piece of ink blob in their body would be so anxious that they would jump up and down and quickly beat themselves up. But Feng Lin, on the other hand, turned around, dragged it over, and forcibly used it. This little fellow was really terrible, even more terrible than Big Sister. TSK. They did not know whether it was good or bad to leave those things with the little fellow, as they could always inadvertently cause trouble. If the little fellow could control them well and make them not cause trouble, it would be fine if they were used purely as controlled energy. After all, as mentioned earlier, they could still be used against the underworld. What they were afraid of was if they were borrowed by the chaotic concept bodies, then the situation would be not too good. It would not be very fun. The youth thought about it and asked cautiously, when you guys came into contact with the chaotic concept bodies, did his chaotic energy react? That seems to be. Huey's heart thumped and cold sweat broke out. It really did. Back then it was because of this. When he came into contact with the chaotic laws, it was a little uncontrollable and restless. Does it count as a gathering in his body? Feng even ran to his side to calm down because of this, and then watched us fight. Everyone. Wasn't this the prelude to trouble? Hui wiped the sweat off his face and continued, but it took some effort to suppress it later. It happened at AI Hongyun's place. When we fought against AI Hongyun's chaotic concept bodies, we did not see Feng's chaotic energy go out of control again. It's probably under control. Probably. Maybe. Everyone. Sounds like it should be fine. The disturbance must have been caused when the little fellow first touched the chaotic energy and came into contact with the environment controlled by the chaotic laws. It was normal for there to be a little disturbance, since that was the chaotic energy at home. It was fine if there was a little disturbance, and it should be fine if the first disturbance was suppressed. Probably fine. It just felt a little unreliable. What a troublesome matter. They thought that the little fellow's matter had come to an end, and they only needed to torment the other children. They did not expect that the accidentally opened chaos domain today would lead to something else. Chaotic energy and the chaotic laws were restless things in the first place, and even if they were peaceful now, it did not mean that they would be peaceful in the future. When they came looking for trouble, they would usually cause a huge problem by piercing through the void. Now, the chaos domain was still open, and the chaotic energy outside seemed to be thicker. The little fellow seemed to be trying to perfect the chaos domain, since it could last for such a long time even though it was just open and did not use the energy to do anything else. By their evaluation standards, it was a ridiculous grade, and before the little fellow retracted the chaos domain, it would probably be difficult for them to see daylight. Right, can the origin domain be inherited? See, you suddenly brought up the topic that she wanted to ask from the beginning, but was dragged away by the conversation and forgot about it. Of course. The youth nodded and looked at them. Since the beginning of the new era, the children of this generation have all inherited our domain. In fact, the origin domain is the origin energy itself, and after inheriting our power, it is equivalent to inheriting the origin domain, but there are still many prerequisites to fulfill. As for you, well, it's still a little early, work harder. Hui shuddered, his face full of energy. Like the peak of the primeval, right? Well, it's not such a direct restriction standard. The youth shook his head and rested his chin on the back of his hand, slowly turning his head to look at the group. Whether you can use the origin domain or not depends on your mastery of our power and your proficiency. To put it bluntly, the higher your mastery and proficiency, the easier it is to touch it. Well, the difficulty is a relative term, and there are a lot of different situations depending on the individual, so I won't go into that in detail. To master the origin domain with one's power alone, it takes a lot of effort, and many times more effort than to build the primeval domain. Usually we will guide them when they reach the corresponding standard and let them try to build the origin domain, but unfortunately, you are still a little short. Everyone thought that Her Eminence was talking about 100 million points. Then, Little Star still can't master it? Siyu asked while blowing bubbles into the teacup. His mastery of the power of origin should be very high, higher than all of us, so why can't he master it? At the mention of this, the youth fell silent, and the gods of origin, who had a little to say, just now also shut up and stood there silently, as if 145 statues had suddenly appeared in the manor. Hui and the others could not help but hold their breath because of the change in the atmosphere caused by them. They knew that there must be a lot of trouble behind this, and it was something that Maple had to face. It was only after a long while that the young man moved. He sighed and held his head, slowly replying with a headache that they had expected. If it's just her power, then it's actually enough. Yes, after all, her power is the power of a true inheritance. Compared to other incomplete powers, it's more complete. The origin domain involves the mastery of the essence and characteristics of this power. The origin domain, on the other hand, is to unleash this power to its limit. Well, at least for you guys, it can only be used in an extreme state. He crossed his hands and supported his chin with a deep expression. Let me guess what you're going to say next. Based on my understanding of Maple, it can't be. He looked up at the youth with a serious expression. Could it be that the other 195 types of power of origin are holding him back? He has to play with all 196 types of power of origin in order to support the origin domain? The youth looked at him, and his head suddenly tilted back as he sucked in a breath of cold air. Isn't that too scary? You want to play that little guy to death, right? Hui was startled, and then he scratched his head and laughed dryly. Wrong guess? Of course not. The youth shook his head vigorously, and Hui and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Then he sighed faintly. With her power as the lead, at least a few dozen other powers are needed to support it. Hui and the others were speechless. They thought that it wasn't that easy either. Wasn't he still trying to kill an observer? As you know before, the little guy's power of origin is all in a state of fusion. Unless he is determined to draw out only one type of power of origin to use, it would take a little effort. Under normal circumstances, the power he uses is either normal or a mixture of power of origin. That has become his standard, and the limit would also have to be reached under that standard. In other words, it is the limit achieved by the fusion of multiple power of origin. The road ahead is unpredictable and full of obstacles. We could not help but mutter. If you think about it from another perspective, the chaos domain is, it's because there are only 3 types of annihilation energy and Maple has more or less grasped all 3. And because he was possessed by the chaos concept body when he touched the 3rd annihilation energy and used the chaos domain, the conditions are all at once. It's very suddenly he did not know whether to laugh or cry. In other words, it was the other origin energies that were holding him back. There was really no way around that. Exploring and grasping the essence of those origin energies was incomplete, and while he could grasp the essence, he could not grasp the essence. It was a situation where he could use it, but could not use it to the limit. According to this situation, Maple would not be able to touch the origin domain even if he scratched his head. TSK. Difficult. Phone. You're still going to be tortured. After waiting here for about 3 hours, the darkness that shrouded the continent of origin gradually dissipated. It disappeared very naturally, like the arrival of dawn gently wiping away the darkness of the night. The whole process lasted for about half a minute, and the sky was once again illuminated by the sun. Only then did the night truly disperse. Everyone was about to go to the ice field to take a look when Yin Nuashing suddenly appeared in front of them, startling everyone. Taking a closer look, they saw that she had appeared with him in her arms. Seeing him like that, their hearts thumped. Could it be, she said to everyone indifferently, it's the first time he opened the domain, perfecting and adjusting it. He consumed too much energy and fell asleep. Everyone, it's basic. Sit down, it's not surprising. However, the situation is just right. She looked down at him who was sleeping in her arms and carried him indifferently to the palace. Let's go to the sanctuary of creation. Come, all of you, do me a favor. What? The young man was so excited that he knocked the chair away. Covering his face with both hands, his voice was full of horror. You're going to strangle this little guy. She stumbled slightly, but she couldn't even be bothered to turn around to look at him. There's a reason. It's necessary. All of the heavenly gods of origin smiled wryly upon hearing this. All right, since Big Sister has spoken, we can only follow her. When the time comes, even if this little guy wakes up and wants to cause trouble, we can only think about it when the time comes. But what are you planning to do? The young woman leaned over and looked at the sleeping Yin Nuashing. She couldn't help but ask. I saw something special in his chaotic domain. Perhaps I can try to complete his other powers, she replied in an indifferent voice. However, the tone of her next sentence suddenly changed. It's not my domain. Get angry. All of the heavenly gods of origin sweated profusely as they hurriedly recorded in their mental notebooks. Big Sister is angry. Hui and the others. Sure enough, she cared a lot. She probably wanted to complete the other powers of origin so that a certain observer could open his domain of origin. Hui and the others only arrived at the sanctum of creation after a few steps. As soon as they entered, they were shocked by what they felt. This place, the walls, the ceiling, and even the floor were engraved with patterns of origin. This place was so familiar that it felt like it was between creation. They seemed to know where the observers' resentment came from. Right now, the heavenly gods of origins were running around the hall in a hurry, carrying all sorts of powers and who knows what they had set up in the space of the hall. They took a deep breath and looked up, only to see a certain observer curled up and floating in a transparent cage in the air. This scene, this situation, they seemed to understand what strung up meant. Wasn't he being strung up right now? They were just short of stripping him naked and stuffing him with a bunch of tubes forged from energy all over his body. Cough, cough. This scene is so weird. Shuang Shuang could not help but mumble. She tugged at the Aho goddess's hand and whispered, "What is she going to do to little Star?" What Big Sister is going to do? Well, as I said just now, she wants to use some method to fix the flaw of the non-legacy. The Aho goddess patted her head to reassure her. But I don't know how to do it. Don't worry, Big Sister is very reliable. Even if everyone in the continent of origin drops the ball, Big Sister won't cause trouble. The youth crossed his arms and turned away after a moment of silence. Well, why don't we dismantle half of our foundation and bring it over? The bamboo hat god was stunned. Why, are we preparing the rescue measures? So soon? The youth took a deep breath. Do you remember when the little fellow was strung up? The core of order. Yes, what about it? Then, do you remember how many exaggerated, passive skills were set up in the little fellow's origin structure? Everyone. What the hell? Hurry up and prepare the rescue measures. Dismantle the foundation and bring it over. Hui and the others looked at the bustling hall, took a deep breath and looked at each other. They then clutched their chests and took a few steps back to lean against the wall. They hadn't even done anything, and they were already preparing the rescue measures. He could not help but smile bitterly. Phone, can he come down after going up? Chapter 2044. Colorful energy radiance spread out from every corner of the hall like light ribbons. Like airflow, it slowly materialized from a transparent and incorporeal state. In the end, it became a long river that streaked across the space and floated toward the ball in the middle of the hall. It gathered together and gently entangled the ball. The hall reverberated with a low hum of energy. It also seemed to be an indescribable sound of light flowing suddenly. In his senses, this space seemed to have a life of its own. It was moving under the control of a powerful will, controlling all the blood in his body to gather here. It was the movement of energy gathering in the creation sanctum, and they were already quite familiar with it. Every time the creation sanctum moved at full power, they felt as if they had mistakenly entered the stomach of a behemoth. Moreover, they could feel every movement of the behemoth's body in his stomach, listening to the movement of blood flow and pulse. It was very strange, which was why they did not go to the creation sanctum for no reason. The primordial god stood in various directions, looking up at Maple, who was wrapped by transparent energy ribbons and had turned into a transparent, colorful cocoon of light. Their faces were so white that it was impossible to tell whether they were nervous or not, but they were already nervous to death. With such a grand scene, the words "prepare according to the standard for rescue," and "we'll talk when we're ready" had already made them so nervous that they were about to have a heart attack. Later, if they heard the standard three-piece set of crack, boom, bang sounds, it was almost time to arrange for someone to rescue them. She stood at the very front, holding a ribbon of energy in her hand. She raised her head to look at him, who was suspended in midair. She was silent. Divine runes weaved from her body and flowed along the ribbon of energy into his body and soul. Looking at the hall carefully, the entire space was actually filled with transparent divine runes. Only when the light flickered could one see these densely packed divine runes. The divine runes lit up one by one as the light flickered, then dimmed one by one. After a long period of silence and deathly stillness, the more silent it was, the more uneasy everyone felt. Breathing, heartbeat, and even energy reactions were all suppressed, until a certain moment when Maple slowly lowered her head and turned to look at everyone, saying softly, "The situation is stable, nothing unusual." "Who?" Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and threw all the things in their hands to the ground. Suddenly, the whole hall was filled with clanking sounds. Hui and the rest, who were just about to heave a sigh of relief, were startled by the sound of a lot of things crashing into each other. Take a closer look at the surroundings. The floor is full of... Forget it. I can't bear to look anymore. Anyway, these are the things that the heavenly god of origin and the others had prepared to save, and there are basically no duplicates. This means that they have prepared more than 100 rescue plans. Even if a bystander saw this, they would be so scared that they would carry him in on the spot. He had already prepared a rescue plan before he even started, and it was a bunch of rescue plans. No matter how one looked at it, it was too strange, as expected of Maple. But she suddenly opened her mouth again, causing everyone to shudder. They hurriedly picked up the things that they had just tossed aside and readied themselves. It was as if they were ready to rush forward and do something the moment she opened her mouth. The possibility of completely repairing it is not high, but repairing it to the extent that he can open his domain is the lower limit. As for the upper limit, it depends on his current situation. We have achieved our goal, no need to be nervous. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief again, this time for real. The most frightening thing was that they would not be able to come down after a thorough examination. Fortunately, this situation is within my expectations. The young man wiped his forehead and heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that the worst situation was the moment he opened his mouth. Then he really did not know how to explain it to the little one. When Hui heard this, he asked curiously, "Did you guys plan to torment Feng like this from the beginning? Is it to gather all of your strength?" No. How is that possible? We can't even come up with this plan. First of all, let's not consider the possibility of implementation. We have never thought about this at all. This is even more fantastical than the Arabian Nights. The young man shook his head and denied it. Actually, everything about this little one has never been arranged. There is no arrangement inside or outside. We have always adhered to the attitude of letting him grow on his own. Ugh, the main thing is that it has been too long and difficult to influence. Not all arrangements can turn into a fixed future, like the divine carrier, so we can't arrange too much. If we want to arrange anything, we can only leave it to fate. Just like the 771 broken roads that you know, we can only leave it to fate. Let's see if someone related to us or a higher being of order can pick him up. When we knew that the little one would appear in the future, we probably all had the same thought in our minds at the same time, thinking, at least there are still signs of the future to look at. It's a glimmer of hope, and that's pretty much it. When we first met the little one here, he had already gathered all of our strength. At that time, I was very curious about how he managed to gather all of our strength into one. But due to various reasons, we were talking about other more important things and could not switch channels, so we could not talk about it. As time went by, we unknowingly dragged on until now. It was only when all of you came in together that we knew the specific reason why the little one gathered all of our strength. Previously, we all thought that it was some kind of coincidence that allowed him to inherit all of our strength at once, but now it seems awkward. As he spoke, he could not help but smack his forehead with a bitter smile. The little one coming into contact with their energy that they left behind in the divine realm was purely an accident, a real accident. Inheriting all of their strength and whatnot was something that they did not see in the uncertain future. To be honest, when he thought about it now, he still felt that it was too crazy. Looking up at the little one who was curled up and sleeping, he let out a soft sigh. Actually, if you just want the little one to master the domain of origin as quickly as possible, there are other ways. For example, from the beginning to the end, only one inherited power would do, right? And it's not that there is no way to erase the other parts and leave only her power, but that is no different from going back to the furnace. But in terms of results, that approach is not good at all. If the little one did not pay attention to the other powers from the beginning, it could be done, but he has already gone through untold hardships and groping his way through the river to reach a stage where even we have to express our amazement. Even if we deal with it according to the method mentioned above, the little one's understanding of her power would not be any faster. It would not be any faster. Instead, it would cause his essence and root to lose the support of that power and show signs of regression and decline due to the erasure of the other powers, causing him to fall by a huge margin. It would be equivalent to declaring that everything he did before was a waste of effort. We thought about the consequences seriously and gulped. No, it can't be done. I think that with the effort and effort Maple has poured into resisting this broken dream, he might directly volunteer to join the chaotic void if you lead to such an outcome. It would be fine if something unexpected happened, but if it was you who did it, it would be destroying him. When you come back one day, we would see Maple charging out with a bunch of chaos concept bodies, bringing with him endless hatred and mania that could burn the void. At the thought of the little fellow, the youth continued to hold his head and smile bitterly. Yes, that's what we think too, but it's definitely not a feasible plan. He regards everything in the world as insignificant, and under such conditions he is obsessed with one thing, stubbornly spending endless effort. Now, to cut off his path or cut it in half, well, it's not really destroying his future, but I think with the little fellow's nature, it's no different from cutting off his dream. It's directly shattering the few things in the world that he cares about and has poured endless effort into. We are the ones who forced him into this mess, and in the end, we are the ones who destroyed his efforts. I can't imagine how crazy the little fellow could be, and we won't do such a thing. He sighed and scratched his head. He turned to look at the little guy who was strung up in the air and sighed again. So, even though helping him is countless times more difficult than destroying his path, this is the only thing we can do. Let's put aside the origin domain for now. Since she said that the lower limit is to be able to open up a domain, it means that the conditions are complete after this completion. What's left is only for the little guy to spend some time exploring. I believe that he can do it. He who has reached this point in a completely chaotic situation can naturally continue to walk down this path. He can do it all the time. Ah, he seemed to know what she meant by that sentence. It was because she saw that he was working hard and seemed to be able to do anything. So she decided to let him go. No, it was just letting him go. There was no need to intervene at all. She only needed to pull him up when there was an anomaly that deviated from the right track, and there was really no way to avoid it, just like now. Yes, he seemed to understand. She knew better than any of them what their little heir was like, so she could say something like that. Well, it was confidence. If he were to translate what she said, it actually meant, don't worry, he can solve everything. He's my person, and I know better than any of you. I know to what extent he can do, so there's no need to worry at all. He's very powerful. I just need to pull him up when he falls and can't get up. I don't need to worry at all other times. Even if there's an accident, I'll be his strongest support. I believe in him. Ah, it's over. Once this idea popped up, her image seemed to have become strange. We could not help but stare at His Eminence, who was flickering like the sky in a thunderstorm. Although he did not know what His Eminence was thinking. It should have something to do with Maple. Just string Maple up there. Are there no other steps? The young man turned his head to look at his new heir. He saw that His Eminence was already clutching his chest, and the determined look on his face conveyed that he was ready to faint as soon as he heard the news. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and patted His Eminence on the shoulder. Well, don't worry so much. String, those things have already started when he was put up there. Now it's settled down, although, we looked indifferent. Something might happen along the way, right? The young man coughed hard, scratching his ears and cheeks. The light on his body flickered so frequently that they could see how awkward he was. He's a little guy after all. It's not like you don't know how many things he's engraved in his origin construct and origin soul. They're all things that could kill at the slightest touch. Those, and more. He was soon energized. He no longer felt dizzy, panicked, or out of breath, and excitedly counted with his fingers. First stage transformation. Second stage berserk. Third stage complete release. Various forms of power switching, stacking, and all kinds of desperate skills are engraved in the origin structure, just in case. I heard that Maple might have engraved something in the origin structure in order to deal with the chaos corruption of the chaos concept body. Don't engrave everything in the origin construct. The young man did not know whether to laugh or cry. Anyway, you know those things better than I do. Aren't we just afraid that the little guy would struggle and torture himself? That's why. He looked around and saw that everyone was holding their weapons tightly, and his bitter smile became even more pronounced. That's why we're making such a big fuss. After all, we've seen him tear down half of our house with a rumble. This time, we have to be prepared to deal with him. We have to make sure he's solid. Those words sounded as if the observer was a patient who was easily agitated and excited. If they were not prepared with all kinds of weapons, the doctor would be the first to fall to the ground. Miracle. A miracle created inadvertently. The young man looked up and murmured. Suddenly, he let out a long sigh of relief. I seem to understand this so-called miracle. Everything is very coincidental. Are you interested in hearing it? What is it? Little Star's miracle? She rushed in front of him excitedly. The young man was stunned by her sparkling eyes. He nodded and said, It is indeed related to your, little star. Why does this little guy have so many nicknames? Everyone laughed dryly. Well, it's mainly because he has a reaction when he hears it. It's also a tacit understanding. Cough, cough. Like I said before, inheriting 147 of our powers with the other part of the power that has been deliberately weakened is undoubtedly a fantasy. Even we have never thought of such a possibility. With your understanding of our powers now, you should know that it's already incredible for the same soul to carry two powers. Little Xiao nodded gently and explained to the curious Siyu and the others. It was mentioned before that the legacy is actually a world, which refers to the weight of the things it contains, which is comparable to the weight of a world. What we need to do is to constantly perfect the blank world that the legacy comes from, so that it can be enriched from a blank piece of paper and become real. It can be abstractly understood. The weight it contains is far from the light as a feather that we know of. It can be stored in one's soul and various places, and everyone can only bear the weight of one. Hui listened with his arms crossed. In short, it's too heavy. Generally speaking, it's very difficult for one person to carry one. And the more perfect it is, the heavier the world will become. Right? Yes, that's right. The young man nodded slightly. Although it's a definition that's easy to understand, that's what it means. So you can also understand that a soul carrying one world is already the limit, not to mention this little guy. He turned to look at him hanging in the air. He carries a total of 196 worlds. Well, that's under normal circumstances. So I dare to say that it's absolutely impossible. Xiaosher added, Let's continue with the blank sheet analogy just now. What Ling received at the beginning was actually just scraps of paper. There are a total of 196 scraps of paper. Everyone, just hearing it made them feel a little gloomy. Xiaosher rolled his gray eyes and seemed to have understood. He suddenly looked at the guardian god. If that's the case, Ling first received half a world from the god of destruction, and then used the other half of the world to carry the remaining scraps. The young man shrugged and said in a relaxed voice, Congratulations, you're right. As expected of Xiaosher, your thinking speed is not slow. I've just come to this conclusion. Hui was already confused by the concepts of half a world, an entire world, scraps, and blank sheet. His eyes became like mosquito coils, and he immediately raised his hand. Please enlighten this slow-witted one. Well, the youth scratched his cheek. What it means is that the little one has never received any legacy from the start, so there's no such thing as an entire world. The heaviness has nothing to do with him either. The little one first went to our destroyed home and came into contact with the thing she was forced to leave behind in the final battle. First, he branded it with her divine sigil, which is the carrier of half a world. Then he came into contact with all the power we left behind in the realm of the gods, and the energy source she left behind came out as well. Now, the half a world related to her is complete, and the other powers are scrambling to brand the little one and leave the source behind. Well, it's actually an unintentional act on their part. I'm guessing that the little fellow must have died after being used, and was then processed by those energies, leaving behind a bunch of things. Those brands and parts of the roots added together are fragments, but they're not as heavy as an entire world, when added together with half a world. You can still understand what I'm saying, right? We struggled to understand for a while and nodded. Then, for once, he was enlightened and punched his palm. And then, Maple spent many years dealing with these foreign things, painstakingly processing them, becoming familiar with them little by little, changing himself little by little so that he could bear their existence. The young man shrugged and laughed softly, raising his chin at his heir. He was very excited when he saw that and continued. Later, when Maple became familiar with most of the origin powers, or even more, he went to the mirror image of the continent of origin and came into contact with the carrier of divinity, the entire world of the god of destruction's legacy. Then he completed it by stacking fragments on fragments. From then on, Maple was officially an heir. Huey's eyes widened as he spoke. No wonder. No wonder. That would explain it. Ever since Maple's entire body was branded, he has become more and more inhumane. Every time he changes, it's because he can't adapt. If he doesn't force himself to change, he'll crush himself to death. Huey's expression was somber as he crossed his arms and looked up at his god. And then the young man staggered and coughed dryly. Ahem, I thought you could keep talking. Ahem. You know what happened to him after that. As Hui said, every time he forced himself to change, he would disintegrate completely under the heavy pressure of the origin powers if he did not do so. But he probably did not know the consequences, and it is not easy to notice. If he knew, he would have gone even crazier. Everyone nodded vigorously. That was very likely. So, the little fellow must have only noticed the usability of these powers. Collecting rent, you said. So he started to fight against this broken dream, and did everything he could to prepare, starting from distorting himself. After he used a long time to familiarize himself with all of this, he could even start to remake an entire world from the fragments. The process was ignored, and after countless years, the result, as you can see now, with one person bearing an entire world and 195 broken worlds, it had long exceeded the limit of a soul bearing an entire world, and it had exceeded the limit by an unknown amount. Now, the little fellow is inseparable from this part of energy. After all, he had engraved these powers into the origin of his structure and soul, and if he were to get rid of them all at once, he would return to his original form, as I said just now. Now that he is familiar with those powers to the point where he could engrave them into his origin, he would then carry out the final step of perfection. The young man pointed at the little fellow in the air, and he would create this inconceivable portrait of a miracle that is about to be completed. Sui Qing whispered, "If there is a single mistake in the process, or if Feng Ling's resolve is just a little too weak, the miracle would collapse." That's right. The young man nodded and shrugged. You see, this is the miracle that the little fellow has created. It is far beyond our expectations, a freak that we would not even dare to imagine, a fantasy. Most of the reason why he could persevere must have to do with the little fellow's uncompromising and resolute temperament. That madness would make anyone's liver tremble when they see it face to face. Oh, by the way, Sui Qing, your teacher mentioned that the little fellow had beaten him till his liver trembled. Sui Qing and the others were speechless. Yes, this was a miraculous, mad, resolute, fearless, and unafraid of death a lunatic. After sorting out the things that happened over the years, everyone had different feelings in their hearts, but without exception, they all labeled a certain fellow hanging in the sky as terrible. That fellow was indeed terrible from the beginning to the end. What's that? After sorting out those things, Huey's eyes suddenly looked elsewhere and whispered to the young man, "Seems like we won't be able to come back after we leave this time, right?" "Theoretically, that is the case." The young man nodded, turned his head and said to him, "It was an accident to get you all involved this time. It's because the little guy came into contact with a huge amount of fragments at one time. Since he came into contact with the fragments together with all of you, you can treat it as the little guy's bound items and brought you all in together. He could guess what the child was thinking, but he could only think about it. In the dilapidated land built by the sea of consciousness, the child was a bridge, but there was no way to bring people in and out. This time, it was purely an accident, and there was no way to repeat it back and forth. Furthermore, the reason why they could stay for so many days was because they had come into contact with too many fragments, and the connection was still very stable. Calculating the time, they could still stay for a while. Patting Huey's shoulder, the young man said indifferently, "After leaving this time, you all will not be able to come in again unless there are special circumstances. So, while you are still here, if you have anything to say or ask, quickly solve it once and for all. Don't leave any regrets." Everyone could not help but smile bitterly. That being said, many things still needed to be done step by step, and it was not something they could rush as they wished. What could they do if their brains did not allow them to rush? Now they wished they could split themselves into 188 parts, and each part could retain its original condition. At this time, they suddenly thought of that reckless fellow who could torture themselves to death. Forget it. Let's not think about it. It's not healthy, it's not good. After the situation in the creation sanctum stabilized, she stayed here to watch, and they also left some of their forces to pay attention to the situation here. After that, they took the children out. It would take some time here again. According to the situation, they thought, it should be very difficult to replenish the little fellow's other origin powers, and a big scene and explosion should be indispensable. But why was it so peaceful this time? They did not know. Anyway, it had been peaceful for several hours, and it was because of this peace that they could safely retreat from the creation sanctum and continue to torment the children who had a hard time coming here. But there's nothing else. For example, there's a faster, special training or something like that. A certain guardian who was dizzy and sleepy after listening to the lecture could not help but say, "See, you and the others in the manor also had all kinds of tired expressions," and nodded vigorously at that. Listening to the lecture was too painful, and their heads were heavy, and if they stood up now, they would definitely fall down. Although the idea of special training is wonderful, the young man put down his teacup and looked at the mentally exhausted children. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. But how can a little special training be able to speed things up? How can there be such a good thing? You're already standing at this level. There's no such thing as speed. The road ahead requires a long time to settle down and accumulate. I know you all are anxious, but unfortunately, the Ahogue god shrugged and chimed in. Give up on the idea of quick. There's no such thing. You can ask Xiao Xiao. She's the one who did the most special training among the second generation. The normal special training. Again, there's no such thing as quick. There's only more torture. Xiao Xiao shuddered at the mention of special training. Her pretty face was pale as she shook her head vigorously. No, my head is so swollen. The Ahogue god spread his hands. There is special training. Xiao Xiao and the others should have told you about it, but it still takes a lot of time to be effective. I'm just thinking about it. Hui laughed bitterly. Time. They were back to that damn topic again, and he did not want to talk about it anymore. While there was still an era or so, the time they had left in the continent of origins was not that much. If they stayed any longer, they would be forcibly sent back due to lack of time. And now their mastery and proficiency in the power of origin had barely caught up to their current level, while their origins had only been converted to 50%. That was why they could not help but wish that they could split themselves into 188 parts, and could not help wishing that they could stay a little longer here. Actually, I've told you about the most important and core things. Based on your time, there's still more than an era to go, right? The youth looked at Hui and the others, and only continued when he saw them scratching their ears and cheeks in distress. What I've told you is enough for you to settle in an era. But it's hard to say. You should be able to speed things up if you stay by the little one's side. Either way, it's enough time for you to settle in. Moreover, from your own situation, it's not to the extent of saying that this is the only path left to be perfected, is it? You have to think about other paths as well. You'll get tired if you're always stuck on the same path for so long. That being said, according to the current situation, increasing the power of origin was the most efficient path they knew, even more efficient than the path of cultivation. Unless the former was stuck, but it would not be so easy for them to get stuck. As he said, they still needed time to settle in. As for the other paths, other than the main path that was choked by the seal, the other paths, the primeval domain? This is another rather troublesome matter. The more he spoke, the more it became clear what flaws they had. The situation before now appeared to be full of loopholes, as they failed to consider every aspect. Settling in time, But they did not seem to have much time. The other side did not intend to give them more time. Chapter 2045. The settling of time was a long topic in itself, whether it was for the sea of time itself or the eternals. It was a topic so long that the void itself would fade. In fact, they did not know where to start if they wanted to talk about it. In a nutshell, time was very long, and it was measured in epochs. In short, it was just a matter of waiting. Either you would die of waiting, or the void would die of waiting. That was pretty much how the sea of time would never stop surging, and the only thing that would stop was everything that descended into the void. Even the heavenly god of origins had been tortured to death, right? Ahem. Although the heavenly god of origins' disappearance was a vicious event that happened over a long period of time, and had happened for more than 300 epochs without their knowledge, both the void and the sea of time had gotten used to it. He actually wanted to say something. Oh, the settling of time. Time? There was not much time left for them, and they needed to use the remaining time to play with their brains. However, their brains were not listening to them, and they felt helpless. Now, just listening to the lecture and processing the things they listened to had used up 99% of their thinking ability, and the remaining 0. 1% was used as a buffer to prevent themselves from dying first. After all, they were not the kind of people who could easily kill themselves, and they really could not do it. Now, they had more or less calmed down. They probably could not continue listening to the lecture, but they could still talk about other topics, such as the primeval domain. The primeval domain. The youth lowered his head and stroked his chin when he heard him mention it. The primeval domain is a domain that relates to the course of life and everything that the body possesses. Although it is not comparable to the origin domain that you have yet to activate, it is indeed. No, in the current situation, you may indeed need to activate the entire primeval domain. I subconsciously calculated according to the situation where all of you are dealing with chaotic concept bodies. What a headache. Huey's action of pouring tea froze, and the tea overflowed and soaked the table. It was too exciting to talk about chaotic concept bodies the moment they opened their mouths. They could not even deal with one, let alone all of them. Neither could they beat them, nor could they escape. None of them could stand it if they did not lift the lid of their coffins. But there is actually no good advice to be given. The youth tidied up the table and put his hands on it. His tone was serious and solemn. As I said, the primeval domain is related to everything in your body and the course of your life. There is no shortcut, and we have checked your various conditions before. Well, the primeval domain is considered a standard condition, and should be able to be used against the underworld. However, it is better to be careful when facing the pinnacle realm, and his tone changed as he crossed his hands, and his tone became several times heavier. Remember, do not use the primeval domain when encountering chaotic concept bodies. Do not. Your primeval domain is not strong enough to resist their chaos domain. If your primeval domain is destroyed by the impact of their chaos domain, you know the consequences. A moment of distraction and falling into the chaos domain is enough to make you fall into a state of constant accumulation of chaos and errors until you are beyond redemption. You will become an internal error in the domain of order, and that will be the beginning of the disintegration of your domain. It will not be long before it completely destroys your domain. They had heard Sway Foam and the others talk about how terrifying the primal chaos domain was, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. Even though they were on full alert, they didn't know if they could deal with the primal chaos domain at full alert. Now that the guardian god had said the same thing, they became even more vigilant, even though they couldn't think of a way to deal with it. Apart from that, how to use the primeval domain, whose primeval domain to use first, and when to use it, are all questions that you need to think about in detail. Do not use it all at once and expand your domain to cover the entire battlefield and cause a conflict. Hui said, "No, covering the entire battlefield is something that no one but Maple can do, right? Something bad will happen. Isn't there a little fellow here who can do it too?" The young man laughed and stretched out a finger from his folded hands to point at Shuang Shuang, who was playing with Siyu. Shuang Shuang suddenly felt that everyone was looking at her and was stunned for a moment. She tilted her head curiously. "Huh, what did I do?" "Oh," she said, "that you are good and can help Maple." Hui looked at Shuang Shuang, who was smiling brightly, and turned to the youth. "Then the chaos domain. How should we deal with it? Do we have to master the origin domain? It would be good to have the origin domain. Due to its own reasons, the origin domain is not as easily defeated as the primeval domain, and can reduce the damage of chaos corruption to a considerable extent." The youth paused for a moment, his tone still solemn and heavy. "But, to be honest with your current situation, well, let's not talk about not having the origin domain. Even if you have it, can you withstand the chaos domain of the chaos concept body?" Hui took a deep breath and said calmly, "Just say it." "We are all mentally prepared and have an answer. You don't have to comfort us." Looking at their determined gazes, the youth nodded. "To be honest, it is impossible to resist. The origin domain can be stacked, just like the chaos domain. Even if all of your existing heirs hold up the origin domain, they would not be able to completely resist the chaos domain of the chaos concept body. The difference is too great. To fight against the concept body of chaos, everything else can be put aside. We don't care if it's the type that can fight, the type that's cunning, or the type that's crazy. They're all crazy, but there are a few among them. It doesn't matter what kind of damage their standard strength causes." The youth swung his hand and threw out the conditions one by one. "As long as you cannot resist the chaos domain, you would not be able to destroy it even if you could find a glimmer of hope to seriously injure it." Hui and the others could not help but clench their fists, their faces as dark as water, their brows solemn and troubled. Seeing that the children were troubled, the youth felt a little helpless as well. Still, there were some things that had to be said, and some things had to be said. But to be honest, as for how to resist the chaos domain, the origin domain is definitely the first choice. Without it, you can only do your best to support the order domain. That is the most common method, and because it is common, it can be dealt with. As for how much it can reduce the corruption of the chaos domain, it is hard to say. Of course, as I said just now, even if you do your best to support the origin domain, you would not be able to completely resist the chaos domain. However, it could at least reduce the damage you would suffer from the corruption. What would you do in this situation? The youth became vexed as he spoke. He scratched his head and sighed. Just blocking it isn't enough. We can't keep blocking it. We have to destroy its domain of chaos. We can only leave this to the little fellow you trust the most. Hopefully his power can penetrate the domain of the chaotic concept body, or continue weakening it to a certain extent. Then the domain of chaos will naturally close. Only then can we continue with what comes next. Otherwise, it won't be easy to discuss. Hui smiled bitterly. It was an expected answer, but he was troubled. Ever since they knew that they had to deal with the chaos concept body, the defense of the order domain had become an unavoidable problem. They had scratched their heads and tried everything they could think of, but they were stuck at the stage of nonstop thinking. Although the origin law had given them many methods they could use in the previous era, but it was the chaos concept body after all. Using conventional methods to deal with a group of unconventional lunatics was tantamount to letting them stand there empty-handed and without a shield. The Void frontline, no, the Order Void shouldn't have such a ferocious person, right? Sigh. Even the first generation's inheritors had to drag the full power of the defensive nodes to deal with the chaos concept body. This group of puny fellows. It was difficult. Speaking of which, the 771 escape routes you left in the void. Do you have any techniques for finding them? I used your power to sweep the void around, but the process of finding them was not very smooth. Yes, he was starting to have other ideas. His power was not enough, so if he had their power, although he did have it now, it was not enough. It was far from enough. It's really hard to say about that. The youth muttered to himself for a long while before slowly speaking. The things we left back then had been floating in the void for more than 24 eras. It's normal that we couldn't find them since we don't even know where they had drifted to. Moreover, with the premise of the soul suppressing ring, there's no guarantee that they would not find other places. Sigh, I didn't think about them when I left the escape routes back then. What a blunder, mainly because they were all there. What did the little ones say? They volunteered to join the chaotic void, and they had already changed, so I didn't think much about that. I never thought that they would still have a way to find those things. Hui smiled bitterly and slapped his forehead. Back then they had thrown those things into the void to avoid putting all their eggs in one basket. After all, the things of the origin system were not something that could be found just by luck. Moreover, they had personally strengthened the concealment of those things. Even the underworld and they who had copied the origin relics would not have an easy time finding them. Although they might have been searched once in the previous era, they could only say so because they had no way of knowing more about the situation. What could they do? It was not that they could not understand that. Their original intention was to preserve those things as much as possible and not destroy them, leaving a part of the power of order for the next era to deal with those darn things. They just did not expect that the other side had also kept a way to find those things. Now it was great. Those things were definitely not all taken out at once. But when they really wanted to find them, it was a little troublesome because they were too scattered and too well hidden. It was really difficult to find them. And even if they knew it was difficult to find them, they still had to find them. If those darn things on the other side collected all those things, who knows what would happen to the void? Now that you mention it, I'm curious. How did they know that you left something in the void? We stared and asked the question that had been bothering him. They couldn't have taken your things and swept around the void and found something by accident, right? Or is it that the 771 paths you left behind back then were actually a little problematic? Is there a mole? Well, actually, the young man pinched his chin and remained silent for a while before spreading his hands. Theoretically, there is only one answer. After all, those 771 paths were laid out by us. As for the others who knew, it would be the children of the second generation and the children in the residence. After all, they were part of it, and it was impossible for them not to know it all. There would never be any accidents happening to those people. So, eliminating them, the only possibility left is that they ran into those things when they were doing something in the void. The Ahog God added, and the probability isn't that small. To be able to open the soul suppressing ring and take those things away, they might have been looking for the things we left behind in the void. She sighed as she tugged at her Ahog. If we had known, we would have buried those things in the lowest level of our house. Xiao Lingling has been there before, so she should be able to go there a second time. We could have told her then and let her bring everything out. But we didn't do that because the situation was unstable and unsafe. The young man laughed bitterly and shook his head. We didn't expect that our house would not be reduced to dust in the end. Instead, we left a wreckage behind. If we had thought of that, we would have done that back then. How could we have known earlier? Our home, which is the epicenter of the war, and Pantheon, which happens to be nearby, were not destroyed. This is indeed unexpected. In our expectations, our home should have been destroyed, and Pantheon should have only left behind a seal before sinking into nothingness or hiding away in the origin realm. But in the end, it seems that neither of them were left behind. The girl muttered, "It can't be that she went easy on us, or did Ross do something sneakily? Who knows? But it's good that the seal is fine. As for the 700 paths..." The young man turned to look at Hui and the others. Seeing their bitter expressions, he shrugged and said, "I can only let you guys take a look. The most important one is the soul-suppressing ring. Although half of it was taken away, we found it successfully. Also, the mirror image is safe and sound, which makes me feel more at ease. As for the rest, I'll have to put in some effort. If it doesn't work, then I'll leave it to fate." "How can we leave it to fate? Those things have to be found." Hui slapped the table and stood up agitatedly. "Even if they're just dust in our hands, we can't let them fall to the other side. We can't put them to good use, but they can. Look at what they've done. Oh my God, they're still destroying our void frontline." About that. Anyway, as far as we're concerned, the things you left behind are just making things more difficult for us. It's not easy to find something to lighten our load, but it's still broken into pieces and we have to put it back together. If Maple hadn't used the concept level space, we would still be cleaning up that pile of scrap metal. Hui shrugged, and his words made the young man and the others smile bitterly. The little one had already said the same thing. She was very emotional at that time, even more so than he was. "By the way, don't tell me they've already gathered all the defensive lines you used in the last era?" Hui took a deep breath and said, "Gather them and set them up in front of the gate of the underworld. When we rush in, we will see a large group of high-level primeval premier throwing down a torrent of energy without saying a word. We're doomed. You didn't leave so many things behind, did you?" As they stared at him, the young man slowly raised his hand and wiped his face with a trembling hand. "Let's say they've gathered all of them. Actually, it's possible." Hui and the others were speechless. They were screwed. They might not be able to fight this battle. Ahem. That's when they've gathered all of them. Don't be so quick to look like you're screwed. The young man smiled bitterly. "We don't even remember what we've put in some of the 771 paths we've left behind. But one thing we can guarantee is that if we gather all of them, we can indeed set up a new defensive line, a defensive line of order, and all the important things will be complete. But based on the current situation, it's completely impossible." The young man waved his hand and asked Hui to sit down. When the children calmed down, he continued, "There's only one reason, and it's also the most important reason, the energy source. Since they've chosen to distort the energy source instead of using it directly, it means that they don't have so many creations related to us. Seriously speaking, a normal energy source can supply energy for a defensive line in the void, not to mention that they have so many of our creations. If they really have a bunch of our creations in their hands, they can carry the energy source and bombard your defensive line with those things. Believe me, with their level, they can do it." So, Huey's face slowly returned to normal. "They didn't do that, but instead twisted the energy source into that weird shape. Is it because they can't use it for other purposes and can only use it to supply energy for the abyssal death mist? According to what you know, that's the case." The young man nodded. "So don't be so agitated. Calm down. The situation is bad, but it's not the worst." Huey's face twitched. "Because it can be worse. The worst case scenario is that when we rush in, we see a bunch of chaos conceptions playing mahjong there, right? Then when we rush in, they all turn their heads and fall from the sky with the sound of underpants in the domain of chaos. We're screwed." The gods of origin laughed dryly. "That can't be denied." Hui shouted twice. and as soon as he sat down, he put on an exhausted expression and spread his hands with a gray and pale face. Ah, I finally understand why Maple would look so tired every time he wakes up here. It's because he's heard too much negative news. Ah, yes, I quite understand now. Seeing the Origin heavenly gods turn their heads to look at the sky or somewhere else. Huey's face twitched, and he bitterly sighed. Forget it. Let's not talk about these things that will affect my mind. I'll just honestly torment myself. Those headache-inducing news can be left to Maple to deal with. In any case, Maple is already used to it. What can he do? He's only a shield and can't bear this kind of shocking news. If he talks about 2 more things now, he might end up lying in the spiritual temple due to suffocation. His consciousness, which was immersed in the Origin, slowly opened his eyes. Oh, this feeling of Mount Tai pressing down on him. The weight of this world is unbearable. His soul is so heavy, as if someone had grabbed him by the neck and pressed him into the water until he almost suffocated. That feeling of exhaustion made him want to faint again as soon as he woke up. My head is heavy and my feet are light. What happened? He only remembered sitting in front of a chair, meditating in front of a mirror for a while, and then he switched to the chaos form. And then, what did he do after that? He seemed to have done a lot of things, but he was a little confused and didn't know very well. He had to tidy up his brain first. Ah, he understood now. He kept the order and switched to the chaos form to deal with the power of chaos, but he didn't expect that the first thing he did was to give himself an asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It felt like he had somehow triggered some kind of protection mechanism and had to faint. Anyway, he was in a daze after that, and only his instincts and will continue to deal with the chaos form and the power of annihilation according to his previous arrangements. Is my soul okay? Won't it be turned into chaos in the continent of Origin? Oh no, I'm dizzy. My consciousness has a headache. It should be because I received too much information. Should I rest for a while? You're awake? Get up if you're awake. You've been asleep for a while. The voice that his consciousness heard made him shiver. He tried to distinguish it carefully. It was her voice. He couldn't help but want to mutter in his heart. Every time he woke up, she could accurately catch him without error. Was she always by his side watching him? For a while. Forget it. I'll just wake up quickly. It's not the time to go back to the factory for major repairs. He was also a little worried that he would sleep until the end of time. A gray cloud appeared in the vision of his consciousness. The dull sound of waves and the sea of clouds and fog was heard one after another. A light quietly appeared in the darkness in front of him, like the sudden appearance of the sky. It quickly expanded from a point to cover his entire consciousness, and the feeling of awakening quickly spread throughout his body. Returning to his soul, before he opened his eyes, he felt an indescribable sense of heaviness coming from his body. It was as if he was dragged to do something in the middle of the night and had to get up the next morning after half an hour of sleep. Ah! That feeling of being half dead made him shiver, although it was not a physical exhaustion, and his mood was calm for the time being. The heaviness of his body was a little uncomfortable. He didn't even want to open his eyelids. A slightly cold palm fell on his cheek, making him shiver. He struggled to open his eyelids hurriedly and saw her bending down to look at him. Her long hair cast by the white light fell on her body, and it was strange that it was dazzling. "You're finally awake," she said lightly. Her palm fiddled with his face, pinching and pulling it, as if she was looking at something carefully. "It's been half a month since you started to deal with the power of chaos." Yun Nuashing shivered and hurriedly jumped up from the bed. "So long." This is... It was only after he sat up that he realized where he was. This dark and spacious hall, this position, this angle. Holy **T. They had brought him to the creation sanctum again. His brain went haywire on the spot. "You guys strung me up?" She thought about it and felt that it was better to just ignore this topic. "How does your soul feel? Can you move?" Soul. Yun Nuashing felt a little, and the heaviness that felt like he was suffocating came immediately, making his face pale. His pretty face wrinkled slightly as he lowered his head. "Oh, so dizzy, so heavy. My body is so heavy. Let me stand up and take a look," he murmured and turned to stand up. As soon as his feet touched the ground, before he could exert any strength, he felt a sense of weakness in his body. He immediately fell forward, scaring himself. Just as he was about to fall, she appeared in front of him and opened her arms to catch him. A calm voice rang in his ears. "Be careful. Your soul may need time to adapt." Adapt? Adapt to what? Hearing these two words, he did not care about himself and threw himself into her arms. His eyes widened in confusion. "Why did you guys strung me up? Or did I make a mistake? Don't you know?" She was also a little surprised when she heard his rhetorical question, but after checking his condition a little, she understood. "I see the conflict between order and power caused the evolution of chaos to be completed in chaos. You didn't even feel what happened during that time. These days you—" She put him back on the bed and explained in detail what had happened in the past half a month. Yun Nuashing listened while staring, and then he didn't do anything else but stare. Right now, other than being able to straighten his back and turn his eyes, he couldn't do anything else. He couldn't even lift his hands. Even if your soul is much tougher than before, the weight brought by the completion is still heavy for your soul at this time. It will take some time to deal with it. She lifted his hand and shook it. When she put it down, she saw that it was hanging limply. She thought for a moment and said, "Your soul still needs some time to adapt. It will be a while before you can move." Yun Nuashing was silent. After struggling for a while, he realized that he could only move his lips, raise his eyebrows, and move his eyes. He immediately rolled his eyes. This was really a big surprise. It scared him to death. It was equivalent to him closing his eyes for a short rest. When he woke up, he found that he was carried to a ward. A doctor came over and told him, "You're awake. The operation was very successful. You're already Anyway, it was a little strange. But from the situation, it was a good thing. Let's not bother about this small matter. How many types of power did you restore for me?" He could not see his own situation now. He could only open his mouth and ask. Now he felt like a puppet placed on the windowsill. He could only open his mouth and answer the person in front of him. Except for the weakened 49 types and Ross's power, the rest have been restored. She turned around and sat down beside him. She said softly, "This is an unexpected result. Originally, from what I saw, being able to restore the 49 normal types of power, minus Ross's power, that's 48 types, was already extremely rare. But it was already enough. I never thought that you would be able to restore all of them. Perhaps it has something to do with your familiarity with them, and the conditions that you have been in contact with, such as the core of order." When the results came out, she was silent for a while. She didn't really understand why the results were like this. However, since it had already happened, there must be a reason for it. After a little deduction, she could only think in this direction. Yun Nuashing nodded and said, "In short, it's because I've been in contact with too many messy things. That's why this result came out." She was silent for a while. She felt that this explanation seemed to make sense. After all, he had been in contact with all the things related to them. He brought everything with him and made himself look like a storeroom. She was talking about the void. Chapter 2046. Unsurprisingly, he had been tormented this time. He had thought that he would have dealt with most of his matters after going back and forth a few times. This time, he had accidentally dragged everyone into this. Theoretically speaking, after dealing with the little angel, he should have been chatting and drinking tea with her, watching the sunrise and sunset, and also watching the other heavenly gods of origin drag everyone to torment. Theoretically speaking, then he was strung up. This is really annoying, but I'm used to it. It's not the first time I'm strung up, but I still feel a little strange. Usually, these things should be discussed with me or notified before starting. Why am I strung up this time? Did something happen again when I was dealing with the power of chaos? She was still indifferent as he stared at her. After 2 minutes of indifference, she could not help but say, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't look at me like that. It makes me feel like I've done something wrong." Nuashing tilted his head. "Usually when I stare at you, you can understand what I want to say in less than 2 seconds, right? Then let me hear it." She turned to look at him and stroked his face. After a while, she replied, "Like I said, you were exhausted when dealing with the domain of chaos for the first time and fell asleep. And when I watched you deal with the domain, I found some special points that may be related to your essence. It made me feel that I could use this special characteristic to complete the impossible that I had previously judged to be impossible. It just so happened that you were in a weakened state and had lowered your defense. I thought it would be easier, so I brought you. Just do it for me. Act first and report later." She was speechless. Although that was what he meant, why did he say it so strangely? "All right, then it's fine." Yun Nuashing shook his body and heaved a sigh of relief. He leaned back and said, "In any case, the result is a good thing. Although my soul is being suppressed to the point that I can't breathe, I can't even move my body. Wow." Just as he was about to fall, she reached out to catch him and pulled him back. After thinking for a while, she held his hand with one hand to prevent him from swaying and throwing her off again. "I feel like I might collapse after taking 2 steps. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and smiled bitterly. His fragile body reminded him of the time when he was still a weak little chicken. At that time, he would pant for every 3 steps and rest for every 5 steps. "Let's go out and get some sun," she whispered. "I don't need the assistance of the sanctum of creation anymore. Sitting here won't speed up my recovery. Moving around will help keep my soul active." "That's fine too." Yun Nuashing nodded in response. Furthermore, this place where he had been strung up twice didn't seem very friendly. It felt like his heart was being pierced. He heaved a sigh of relief and subconsciously wanted to stand up. When he realized that he was about to fall forward, he was stunned for a moment. Just as he thought that he was going to fall, he was grabbed by her again, and this time he was directly lifted up. "If you can't move, just say it. There's no need to force yourself," she said and carried him out. "I forgot. I subconsciously." Yun Nuashing stuck out her tongue and looked at her posture carefully. Her expression suddenly became strange. "Then let's go back. Or do you want to change your posture?" "Why?" "If you carry me out like this, don't worry about it. At most, you'll just look at it for a while. It'll be over in a while." She looked down at him and nodded. "It's suitable." Yun Nuashing grimaced. Societal death. This was societal death. If people outside saw this, it would be passed down for at least 180 eras. His image would be ruined. Speaking of which, he didn't fit this kind of weak image at all, okay? How did you see that he was suitable for this kind of weak image? Before he could say anything else, she had already pushed open the palace door with him in her arms and walked out. The sun shone down at a 60-degree angle on his snow-white face. His eyes that had lost its light caught sight of more than 100 noisy people outside. He felt that he was already done for. He seemed to be able to hear a group of unbridled laughter from somewhere in the dark. When the door opened, everyone in the manor turned their gazes. When they saw someone being carried out, they were all stunned. Thousands of thoughts flashed through their minds. Hui and the others' faces were all so gloomy in an instant, as if the end of the world had come. "Damn it, phone!" Hui immediately jumped up. When he was about to rush over, the god of destruction said to them calmly, "Everything is fine. Don't worry. However, I can't move at the moment. I need some time to get used to it." Then, everyone calmed down in an instant. Little Angel couldn't help but walk forward and look at Little Star, who closed his eyes peacefully. Then, what about the little star now? She lowered her head and saw that he had closed his eyes. She understood. Yes, he doesn't fit his image. He's too ashamed to face anyone. Everyone, Yun Nuashing. You even said it out loud. Hui and Sui Feng were already trying their best to hold back their laughter. You idiot! Can't you just pretend that you don't know anything and put me down? Little Angel had a strange expression on her face as she took Little Star from her. When she placed him on a chair, she couldn't help but poke his pretty face and whisper into his ear, "Stop pretending. Hurry up and wake up." The wind that blew past her ear made Yun Nuashing shiver. She put on a very helpless expression and opened her eyes. When she saw the group of people trying hard to hold back their laughter, her cheeks twitched. What made her even more speechless was that she raised the cup to his mouth and looked at him as she said softly, "Have some tea." Yun Nuashing. At this moment, she really felt that she had become a puppet who couldn't take care of herself. She could only be carried around and had to be fed to her mouth to drink water and eat. She was hopeless. Her image was completely ruined. Anyway, everyone was about to go crazy trying to hold back their laughter. If there was no one around, they would probably lie on the ground and punch the ground with all their might. If she was a puppet who couldn't take care of herself at this moment, then the next few days would be a period of rehabilitation. When she sat for too long, she would walk around the land of origin with the help of Little Angel, enjoy the scenery and enjoy the breeze. Occasionally, she would pick flowers and weave them into her hair. When she was tired, she would carry him back to the manor and sit in a daze. The sun rose and the moon set. Day after day, it was more or less the same process. As for why, he didn't sit down and adjust. He couldn't adjust yet. The sudden heaviness in his soul was like a double weight when he woke up, and there were discords in his body. It would take some time for him to get used to it. He had to get used to it for a while before he could begin to adjust. He had to repeat what he did when he was branded by the primordial energy essence. Once he was done, he would be able to return to his original state. This time, it might take longer than that time. However, given that he was already quite familiar with the primordial energy, it might not take that long. Generally speaking, it was a good thing. But before he returned to his original state, he could only tremble with every step he took and stagger with every 2 steps he took. After being a laughingstock for a while, everyone stopped caring about him. They were also busy. While he was admiring the flowers and the moon, they were pulling their hair out as they listened to the lecture. They listened to the lecture as if their lives depended on it. Day by day, they looked more and more haggard, as if they had just been fished out of the lake after experiencing a storm. "How are you doing?" Yun Nuashing was walking aimlessly on the snowy plains with the help of the angel girl. Yun Nuashing looked at the girl, who was almost merging with the scenery. Originally, he was waiting for the girl to change the order. He didn't expect that after being brought to the ice plains and seeing the mirror, he would forget about it because of his wandering thoughts. She had been wandering for more than half a month, so he could only ask now. "Pretty good. Nothing has changed." The little angel shrugged and spread her wings to block the snowflakes that were falling on his head. "I thought there would be some special changes when I switched from the order of chaos to the order. I was prepared for it, but it didn't. It's just like a normal thing that happened and ended like a normal thing. If there's any change..." She thought for a moment and nodded at him with a smile. "The next time when I merge with your soul, I should be in a better state." Yun Nuashing was stunned. No matter what, I used to belong to the order of chaos. Because of that, I couldn't completely open my soul. Well, that's it." She nodded and smiled at him. "Next time, you can go on a rampage without any worries." He was stunned for a moment and shook his head with a bitter smile. He raised his hand and rubbed her silver-white hair. He had never thought about the reason for this. It was easy for a psychopath to get carried away when they were fighting. Once they got carried away, they would not care about anything else. The things that happened over the years. He did not know how many times he was dragged back by this little girl. He looked at the little girl. He could not help but whisper, "All these years." The little angel who was watching the snowflakes did not pay attention to his whispering. She only noticed what he said after he finished. She quickly turned her head and asked, "Huh? What did you just say? What happened over the years?" "Nothing." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and turned his head away. "You must have said something." She giggled and pinched his face. Although she roughly knew what he said, she still wanted to hear him say it in full. "Say it again." "I heard the beginning." "I'll say it." He took a deep breath and caressed her face. His eyes were gentle. He looked at her and said seriously, "All these years, I feel very lucky to have all of you by my side in all aspects." The little angel smiled and poked his face. "It's troublesome to push the words back and forth." "I'll just accept it, idiot." Yun Nuashing asked, "Why do you have to add the last two words? You'll get carried away when you fight. If there's someone watching, you'll injure yourself all over. If there's no one watching, you'll turn yourself into a ball. If you're not an idiot, then what are you?" She flicked his forehead. "She asked me to watch you, you idiot who only knows how to mess around." Yun Nuashing was speechless. What could he say? After all, he had been watched for more than 5 eras. He did not dislike this feeling. The little angel looked at his helpless expression. She chuckled and pulled him forward. "Come here." Yun Nuashing heard a thud. His body tilted quickly. While he was still in a daze, his head hit the white snow. There were 2 human-shaped holes in the snow. When he got up, he saw a white hole in front of him. He could not help but be speechless. The girl had stepped into the hole. Now she had really become one with the snow. Not even her shadow could be seen. "Oh, little star, come and pull me. My wings are stuck." A muffled sound came from under the snow. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although he believed that the girl was acting cute, he still bent down and brushed the snow away. He struggled to pull the stupid angel out of the snow. Well, the girl was covered in snow. She looked like a snowman. The 2 of them patted the snow off their bodies. They looked at each other for a moment and smiled bitterly. They found a flat place to sit down. Together, they looked at the snowflakes fluttering in the sky. They looked at the frozen land. The only sound in this space was the whistling of the cold wind. Other than that, there was only silence. It was so quiet that it seemed like nothing else existed. Yun Nuashing put his hands by his mouth and exhaled. Just like that, he didn't do anything and felt that his mind was a little empty. He didn't know why he suddenly wanted to build a snowman. He didn't seem to have played this kind of small game before. However, when he thought about it, it was inconvenient for him to move around. He dug a pile of snow beside him and squeezed it in his hand. Well, from now on, he could be considered as someone who had played with snow. The little angel turned her head to look at him. Suddenly, she stretched out her hands and pulled him down. She pressed his head on her soft thighs. She lowered her head and smiled at him with her tongue sticking out. A leisurely and peaceful time like this seems to be good if it can continue, she suddenly said softly, which made Yun Nuashing blink his eyes. This posture, these familiar words, couldn't help but remind him of the girl in orange and pink. He stretched out his hand and stroked her pretty face. "Luoying said this not long ago." She shrugged. It's the same. Everything we're doing now, isn't it, because we hope to have a stable and peaceful ending in the distant future? Everyone. Most people think so too. Yun Nuashing was silent for a moment. He murmured in his heart, "The future, the distant future. Forget it. I don't want to think about those annoying things. They know the ending. They know it. Maybe it is because they know the ending of the fixed future that they feel emotional about the peaceful time now. Maybe this will go on forever. Yes, if it is possible, he also wants to be peaceful forever, the leisurely time. In fact, it was only because he was tormented later that he became idle. He could do nothing but wander around the land of origin with the little angel. As for the others, Hui and the others were still busy. They were under pressure every day. They were like children who worked hard for the exam. They were so busy that they rolled their eyes and stuck out their tongues every day. Well, although the scene did not mean that, their performance was very similar to this situation. Moreover, there was not much time left to stay here. It was also because of this reason that they also worked hard and achieved an excellent result of increasing their speed by 1%. Well, this was not a joke. It really only increased the efficiency by 1%. Even for Hui and the others, it was impossible for them to suddenly say that the efficiency would double just by going berserk. The problem with the hardware was stuck there, and they could not overcome it. They could only endure it bit by bit. Therefore, until they left, what they could take away was actually a fixed value that could not be changed. Now, they were just trying their best to obtain this fixed value. This made him sigh with emotion. Even Hui, who was not in a hurry, could show such an expression of gritting his teeth and risking his life. This was a scene that was rarely seen in more than 10 eras. Although he wanted to do something before he left, the power of chaos, the power of chaos, the domain of chaos, and so on, he had just gotten the hang of it, and it would be better if he continued to familiarize himself with it. However, considering his current state, he decided to restrain himself and spend every day with his little angel and her, watching the sunrise and sunset together. The three of them walked around the continent of origin, and it was quite pleasant. What? You want to ask why she followed them? How could he have known that one day she would suddenly ask to go out with them? He didn't refuse. Although having her was like having a third will, he felt that the atmosphere had returned to its usual state, so it was normal. The little angel didn't reject it, and would even chat with her about the events of the 2 eras, so it wasn't a big deal. Probably because she knows that it is almost time for you to leave. The young man replied to the little one, who was curious. He put his hands behind his head and looked at the 2 who were talking and laughing like sisters. Then he shrugged and said, "You have been here for almost a month. This place is already lacking in vitality. When you leave, it will return to its original state. It will be lifeless. Well, it is not that bad, but it is almost there. After all, it is only us. So, well, you understand." We could not help but say, care for the empty nest primordial heavenly gods. All the primordial heavenly gods were speechless. What the hell? This child's words are so hurtful that it hurts. The young man knocked Huey's head and patted his shoulder. Then he said softly, "That long time has passed. As lonely souls, there is nothing we can do. Every day, we stay here and do nothing but stare blankly. Occasionally, we talk about the past. We cannot change anything. We can only rely on the fragments that you occasionally find related to us to know what happened to you. To be honest, it is quite boring and quite torturous. You are the only attention and concern she has left. So, there is nothing you can do now, right? Before you leave, you should spend some time with her. After you left the last time, she had painstakingly tidied up all the fragments for you so that she could sort out the things related to Roth for you. I don't mind, but..." Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and scratched her head helplessly. "Until now, I still don't know what kind of relationship I have with her. It feels a little strange to be in such a daze." "Yes, that's true." The young man scratched his head as well. "You don't know what kind of relationship you have, and you don't know how to keep her company. It is quite helpless. Anyway, she doesn't treat you like a child, a junior, or something else like us." I might have an answer." Yun Nuashing and Hui both became spirited. He swallowed and widened his eyes. "What is it?" The young man crossed his arms and made a solemn and low voice. After a while, he looked up at the little fellow and said solemnly, "You two are sisters. She is the elder sister. You are the younger sister that she found after being separated for many years. You are a little unfamiliar and awkward." Uft. Hui vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Everyone who was listening also fell to the ground. Yun Nuashing was speechless. She could only feel her teeth and cheeks trembling. "If you say that we are siblings, I will accept it. Although the atmosphere is a little different, it is almost the same. But what the hell is a sister? The Ahogue goddess quickly got up and laughed at him with makeup products in her hands. The Ahogue on her head spun like a whirlwind. "Come, Xiao Lingling, let me help you dress up." 5 minutes later, you will be a beautiful sister again. This time, you have to change your clothes. Yun Nuashing was speechless. He knew from her that this fellow had been messing around with him when he was unconscious. When he woke up, the little angel took him to wash his face for an hour before it was clean. A layer of his face had been scrubbed off. Hui held back his laughter and got up. He patted Feng's shoulder and laughed until his face turned purple. Feng, cough, cough. You should go and accompany your sister. Uft. Yun Nuashing stared at him with a horrified expression. After a moment, she restrained her expression, rolled her eyes, and let out a long sigh of relief. She scratched her head and muttered as she walked over, Fine, fine, fine. Sisters, it is. Damn it. There is one more freaking weird identity now. It's all your fault for shouting just now. Now I even suspect what I am. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry as they listened to his nagging. Who asked you to look like this? You're really too confusing. It's not like they haven't seen boys who look very androgynous. But boys who look no different from girls are really rare. You, no matter how you dress up, look like a girl. You're definitely at the top of the list. Time passed by steadily. He casually drew a tick on the timeline, indicating that it was the last day of their visit. Although they had only been here for 1.5 months, he did not know how things were at the Void frontline. If I Ching found out that they had disappeared without a word, it should be fine. In the last few days, the fragments that were sent in this time have manifested. We have sorted out some useful things in them. We have used them to record a lot of fragmented content. Because there is too much content, the writing is very scattered. However, every symbol is very important. Don't throw them away. Yes, little guy, you can take a look when you have time. Although I don't know if it will be of help to you now. Well, no, it should be helpful. Yun Nuashing looked at the cube that was emitting colorful light in front of her. Well, these things were left for the inheritors. Apart from those behind her, there was still a group of inheritors who could not come in. They seemed to be fragments from the fertilizer that had been poured on him. It was said that there were still many fragments that had not appeared yet. However, they would not be able to wait until then. After taking the thing from the young man and keeping it properly, Yun Nuashing turned to look at Sui Feng and Sui Qing, who were saying goodbye. Then she looked at Hui, who was looking around. Don't you have anything else to say? Hui scratched his head and looked at the young man beside him. I'm almost done. I was still listening to the lecture 5 minutes ago. My head is bloated and my head is numb. I've just finished saying goodbye. All right. Yun Nuashing shrugged and turned to see her and the little angel coming from the side. This farewell is going to be a long and long time. I don't know if we'll have the chance to see each other again. She walked up to him and caressed his cheeks. Her soft voice carried a hint of warning. As for those things over there, as I said before, just do your best. Everything, just do your best. Be careful when you're wandering in the void. Now that you've activated the chaos domain, there's no guarantee that you won't come across any remains or sealed lands that are related to them. Some of the sealed lands are scattered in the void. Perhaps they're staying in the Order Void. So, be careful. Yun Nuashing was speechless. Warning before leaving? Those words of warning. Hiss, the meaning behind those words. Hiss, they're all looking at me. They're all looking at me. Don't worry. Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry, but doing my best. I'll only say that after doing my best, even if it's against my will. Oh, that's true. With your personality, you won't. She nodded and stroked his long hair. After a while, she continued, I've analyzed the situation of the completed origin energy for you. If you have the energy, you'll naturally deal with all of them. If you don't have the time and energy, then you'll prioritize the 48 types of energy. After you've familiarized yourself with them, you should be able to try activating the origin domain. It'll reduce a lot of pressure when you're dealing with the chaos concept entity. Hearing the whispers of the others, Yun Nuashing looked up slightly and wanted to cry. The sculpture in my soul is going to expand again. How nice would it be if you could say those touching words in private? Well, it's nice to be cared for, but there are so many people. In the surging clouds and fog, seeing everyone walk into it first. Yun Nuashing stopped and turned around to look at them, who were waving their hands vigorously. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he could not find the right words in his surging thoughts. In the end, he just sighed softly, smiled, waved his hand, then turned around and disappeared into the clouds and fog. After bidding farewell with all their might, they would return to their original state. It was like an illusory dream, and after waking up, they would still have to fight and resist with all their might in the present void.